Okay.
Yes. Yes.
you all, this is all you?
Well, yeah, this is all us. This is the logo. It's on the Monster channel.
Do you ever guys have a car?
No, I don't know. I wouldn't be glad. And I'm kind of the lowest on the. But I don't think so. But there are those different phones. There's those barcodes if you want to follow the Monster channel on any of those. Insta, X, YouTube, or Facebook. And they have a live streaming channel on Roku and maybe on YouTube as well. How cool is it? Yeah.
And have you...
What's that?
That's so cool. Thank you
Oh
so
yeah,
much.
no problem. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
to meet you.
Good to meet you. That's amazing. Wow.
Yeah, I actually exist.
No, not just a bunch of pictures and reading.
Oh my gosh. Oh, so how you been?
Pretty good, you know? An exciting day, setting up, and
Oh my gosh. I live in Hollywood.
Oh, okay.
But I work in Alhambra, so that's just south here.
I live in San Diego, so I just know.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm like, off work, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm here.
Yeah, that's great.
California contingent.
Yeah.
Supporting Mr. Lomo.
West Coast.
That's right. Somebody's got to be here.
I know, we gotta stand guard.
Who's? My goodness. Merchandise. Oh, man. Hey now.
I know, they're super nice.
And where Eric?
Oh, he's here.
Do some half gay shit. Why just half gay?
Good evening, Monster Paloozians. Welcome to Friday Night Monster Palooza. Thank you for being here. First presentation of the weekend, and we are so happy we're beginning with this one. I would like to introduce to the stage our moderator, Mr. Byron Burton.
Is the mic on? All right, lights, mic, action. All right. Very few people have been an ape, an Arctic bird fighting a well-known crime fighter, a friend of the Muppets, and a part of why you guys are probably here, one of the greatest rock, horror, magnificent masterpieces of all time, Phantom of the Paradise. Any claps for that? I've known this man a long time. A lot of you we've seen at the autograph table, a lot of you are still in line. Paul gives all proceeds to his wonderful work in sobriety, addiction, recovery, music, education. So let's get a round of applause for that. No greater do-gooder. Here we go. Oscar, Grammy, how many awards? He's just a great human being, guys. That's the bottom line. Mr. Paul Williams coming to the stage. Hey, hey.
Yeah, this is one of the money goes to recovery and the music education, but I get to keep the hubs, and I get to hear the stories, and it's amazing. The other thing the reason I love doing this is because most of the things that I have done that are known for today or that are done well. Family in Paradise is an amazing example. It came out, nobody went to see it. And it would probably still be that, except there would be a bunch of crazy people that made everybody they knew watch it. And that's you guys. And you
visited Cannes.
So
all the way to France, right? For the 50th. The 50th anniversary in France.
Yeah, I for the 50th anniversary, I went over and introduced it at the Cannes Film Festival. I mean, and this is, as I say, when the picture came out, Brian De Palma and Bill Finley went to see it in New York, and the theater was empty. I mean, it was just break your heart to have people go over there after working so hard on something. And then to have it turn around, to walk on stage at the Cannes Film Festival as the final screening at the festival on the 50th anniversary of Family of Paradise was one of the most remarkably touching moments. And once again, I got to thank you. I mean, because it came out and it just didn't happen, but you just insisted, and I love you for it. And that's why I'm here doing this and having a really good time, I might say. A really good talk.
When you're working on the film, you know, you can take inspiration from scenes, character arcs. Sometimes the mood for the production design and everything can really help you. But what did you think when you saw those amazing helmets for the first time?
Oh, you're talking about Daft Punk? Talking about the Family of
Paradise was inspired.
Yeah. Well, there's a huge leap there. It's interesting because amongst the fans, there are a couple of people that have been magnificent in offering me jobs along the way. Edgar Wright has been a great advocate and fan, and I love Edgar Wright's movie. Shaun the Dead, huge fan of. So I was really excited when he put me in Baby Driver, but of course he has me blown away 3 minutes into my part. So I keep saying you can do a prequel, you can do a prequel. But no, the fact is, yeah, Thomas and Guillemot of Daft Punk met at a screening at the theater where Family of Paradise was showing in England, in France rather, in Paris. And noticed that they were there again and again, and sometimes the only person in the theater. But they started sitting next to each other and decided to start a band. And one of the things that I love about what they did is they chose to remain anonymous. And I think that it's a really healthy ego. My ego will never be that healthy. But they wanted people to concentrate on our work instead of their personalities and the like, and which I thought was fantastic. And I mean, I'm 85. At age 74, to have a couple robots show up and say, "We'd like to make a record for this," was something I got a lot of mileage out of. I said that when we accepted the award for Album of the Year, I said, I used to drink way too much, and I would see things and people that weren't there, and it was terrifying. But I got sober, and two robots showed up, and that's where I wanted to make an album.
It's incredible the people that do come into your life. I mean, starting with Emma Daughter's Jug Band Christmas, the the inaugural Jim Henson project that you worked on. I would love to hear you talk a bit about your friendship with Jim and his incredible trust in his artists.
Well, one of the lucky breaks in your life, are sometimes important to your career and sometimes they're important to your spirit. And when I started recording and singing, doing a lot of television to promote that, showing off, promoting records, Jim Henson, I evidently thought it was funny or liked the songs, and or both, but he invited me to do the Muppet Show in England, and I had been a fan. The great thing about it was to give up our fan cards. I mean, I'm just a solid fan of the Muppets, and I have been before I knew they were Muppets. When Jim was on, like Ed Sullivan with the Slinkies, Mana Mana, and all that work. So when I was asked to go to England and do the first season of the Muppet Show, I mean, I was never a kid that had buddies that had a treehouse. And when I walked onto the set of the Muppet Show, I felt like I was with a bunch of my buddies in a treehouse. It was that playful, funny, edgy, and the Muppet performers and the Muppets are so distinctly different. If I'm talking to Jim and Frank Oz, they have Piggy and Kermit with them. There are fun in the conversation. It's just because, Piggy will say things to me that Frank would never say, and I couldn't say on public television here. But I loved it, and I really fit in. I just felt like, God, it was just so easy to be around all of them. And Jim had this quiet, sweet presence that was just, you just didn't want to hang out with him. So this is an amazing little book. It's called Emmett Otter's Home and Christmas. And I'd love you to write the songs for it. And Americana was not something that I'd ever written before, but I think any time I'm writing for a movie or a stage show or whatever, the feel of the music is really in the story. So just reading this script, and the story took me to a place that I think was pretty, fair conclusion of Americana. And it was an amazing experience. I wrote the songs, and I restored the hour show, and I think it was my audition for the Muppet movie. When he asked me to do the Muppet movie, I said, there's something I want to do that's going to make this so much better for you. There's a guy that I've been writing with named Kenny Asher. Kenny Asher and I had just finished working on The Star Is Born. We wrote most of the songs for The Star Is Born. I wrote Evergreen with Barbara, but almost all the other songs I wrote with Kenny Asher. Woman in the Room, Watch Closely Now. And it was an amazing experience. We'd written You and Me Against the World together. It was our first band we wrote together. And so I said, I want to bring Kenny Asher in to write the song because his music is more sophisticated, I think, than mine. So beautiful. And we had our first meeting in my house in the Hollywood Hills, and we went through the story. The story is basically there's an ad that this agent tells Kermit about that they're looking for frogs that want to be rich and famous in Hollywood, and Kermit decides to go to Hollywood. It's basically a road picture, just like a road picture. So we kind of went through the script, picked out the places where the songs would go, and kind of out sort of dictated by the script a little bit, And I walked into his car and I said, Jim, I know what a big deal this is for you guys. This is the first Muppet feature. Kenny and I won't surprise you. we'll make sure that as we're working on the song, you're going to get to hear them. So, so we know we're on the right track. And he said, oh, Paulie. I probably didn't say Paulie either. By the end, he said Paulie. But he said, Paul. That's not necessary. I will hear them in the album, the studio when you're recording. I was like, really? This was not my experience with Barbra Streisand. It was a little different. And it was indicative of exactly what you mentioned, that ability to trust the choices that he made, and for whether it's for the art direction, or for the music, or the performers, and their input in what we were doing. It was wide open, and again he proved that there's one other story from Muppet movie that is my favorite. My favorite song, and maybe that I ever wrote, is called "I'm Gonna Go Back There Someday" from the Muppet movie. I don't know if any of you know it. There's this amazing scene in the film.
I don't know if that's better.
Kermit and Muppet cities gather or trying to make it to Hollywood, and they break down in the middle of the desert. Well, I was raised in a lot of different places, but a lot of years in New Mexico. So I spent a lot of time out in the middle of the desert. When you're out in the desert at night, my God, the skies are stunning.
It's Herb Tarlick. Oh, you should switch this back. I apologize. I forgot to switch it back to the wide.
Beating himself up for not delivering the goods for these guys.
Wouldn't argue with a cartoon in the corner, maybe. I don't think we have anything on here, but maybe I could get
Is a landlocked bird. I think
Paul to download, get Aaron to download something.
I love to be I just, I think that spiritually there's
King Gorilla made me some banana bread, banana bread.
a landlocked bird. And Kenny and I look at each other and I say, Kenny, I've looked at that desert sky. I can't believe that Gonzo would not be drawn into that. We go to South Florida, and this looks familiar, vaguely familiar.
I wish someone texted me or something.
It's too soon to feel yet close to my soul and yet so far away.
Some of you folks have an ability to reach out.
Sunrise and night falls. Sometimes the sky calls. Is that a song there? And do I belong there? I've never been there, but I know the way. I'm going to move back there someday.
We are having fun.
Come and go.
Paul Williams is on stage right now.
We'll both be completely at home in midair. We're flying.
We're still finding our way. The show, like I said, the show just started.
We can hold on with love like invisible strings.
I accidentally had this view on here. So this is what's live. And so they were just looking at
And have I found my place?
they were looking at that forever because I was showing them the tiki mugs up close. And then I never put it back. Oh well. This Mitten stand-in.
And it was just like, oh my God, that's sent to us. It says what you must have been feeling. And so we played it for Jim, and Jim was like, oh my, oh my. Oh, it's so pretty. Oh, that's delicious. Wonderful. Oh, it's so wonderful over the hill, going wonderful. And that's the way Jim would say, not my picture. And it was like, he was saying no, but this is, and it's the nicest turn down I ever had in my life. So I figured it was over. No, Jim Henson. 2 weeks later, he came back and he said, what if at the state fair scene, Kermit buys a bunch of helium balloons for Camilla, his girlfriend, who's a chicken, a landlocked bird. And he buys too many, and all of a sudden he's in midair, and he's not afraid. He loves it. It reconnects him to something in his spirit. That way the kids watching would know where this whole idea came from. And I went, where do you go to find that? Where do you go to find that kind of somebody to work with? So the last thing I expected that song would be played at his funeral in a few years, but it was, as was When the River Meets the Sea. And I carried Jim Henson in my heart. Those songs, I think, have a life because I think they're turbocharged by just the kindness of the man. He was essentially the elements of kindness. And anytime I do a Comic-Con, it's my great honor to remind people how fantastic it was.
All right, great. Please share with some of the people today. Special. Thank you. I'm just thinking about so many people here have so many varied tastes here through. It's beautiful. And I've seen a few things with the penguin come through, and there's so many of us that either grew up in the 90s or found the beautifully drawn on black paper, adding the color, score by Shirley Walker from Danny Elfman's original theme, and then the casting of Kevin Conroy.
You flying rodent. The animated Batman, yeah, what an amazing, a gift to work on that. You know. The thing that was unusual is we all got to work and record at the same time. I mean, I did a bunch of different, like Fish Police and some, some pieces of art, whatever. And you wanted to do it by yourself. And it's kind of, it's like writing songs, you're by yourself a lot. When I go to do voiceover or I'm acting, I love that there were people there. It was great. You could walk in the room and go, oh my God, there's Mark and there's Kevin. Just a great cast and the best, one of the two best voiceover directors I've ever worked with in my life is Andre.
Romano, yeah, and so many great episodes. Still looking over this, one of the touchstones of anything DC has ever done. And we're all lucky to have your contribution to that, my friend.
Thank you so much. I love that. And I mean, when I think about what qualifies for a monster, you know, for specifics of this celebration is, I guess the first thing that I had that was really an opportunity to be involved in was Virgil and the Battle for the Planet of the Apes. 3.5 hours of makeup every morning. But like, I mean, just, we were shooting out in Malibu Canyon. And with Claude Akins on one side and Robbie on the other side. God, I haven't seen the moment.
Roddy McDowell.
Roddy McDowell, thank you. Okay, let's see what you want. Behind dinner, number 2. Yeah, and I love Roddy from forever. One of my favorite movies ever was, oh my God.
The Child, Kid on the Hill.
Wait. It was about never mind. It was a movie about a mining town, and he was a little boy, and I will think of it in about 3 minutes. I'll think of it. How green is my belly? Thank you. And I said, you know, there's a scene in that is like my life is in that scene. There's a scene where the father who will not have talk of the union at his table, and his 3 sons are sitting there, and 2 of them are working in the union, and they're in their minds, and they want the union. And they stand up and say, Father, we will not sit here, and he sends them out of his house because they're union members. And he's left sitting alone, the head of the household, with little Roddy at the end of the table. Little Roddy sits there and he clears his throat. He goes, Donald Crisp, his father, he sits there and doesn't say anything. He does it again. Donald Crisp says, yes, my son, I know you're there. And I think it touches something in all of our childhood that maybe we carry with us into our adulthood. We really want us for our dad to know we were there. But I shared that story with Robbie, and with Roddy. The mines were right over there, the houses were right over there. It's all of a sudden you're on the very same ground where the films were made. A guy named Kenny Chase did my makeup, 3.5 hours, and the only real remnants of it that I cherish outside of the movie is that I was we were shooting late, and I said, what the hell, Kenny, will you go with me to the show? I'll leave sing Here's Our Money Day and to take it off afterwards. And I mean, it's my screensaver as big as Virgil. I love it. That's one of my favorite experiences ever in Hollywood.
You had Johnny going on that one. That was awesome.
Yeah, it was good.
Well, Johnny Carson inadvertently led to Smoking the Bandit in a way, didn't he?
Smoking the Bandit, Pat McCormick, we both, I'm 36 years sober. I think if he had lived, he would have been about almost 40 now, because he got sober before I did. But when we were both drinking, and we loved it. We had amazing. Our first kind of bar at the beginnings of daylight. We'd been in the bar all night. We come out, have 6 bright sun, and he's throwing I'm trying to walk, stay in the shade, and he looks around. I've never seen me off a bar stool before, and he went, you know what, little guy? You look like an aerial photograph of a human being. And I fell in love with it. I mean, I said, I was stationed out here during the war. And he said, yeah, he said, little guy, you're going to have to help me find her. I have no recollection of where I parked my car. I will need it to make it home because I'm having a little trouble walking. So you're going to have to help me find my car. I said, I can do that. What kind of a car is it? He went, oh no, that would be cheating. I mean, a mind that is just amazing. So whenever I was working at NBC, I'd always go by and see Pat, I mean, I did 48 Tonight shows and I loved it, but I would also just show up to see Pat. When the show was done taking, we'd go have a drink and some food. So I went over after doing his Hollywood Squares, which I loved doing. Never knew who was going to be there. It's a surprise. I'm standing off camera with Pat, and they're on a commercial break. And Burt Reynolds is the guest of this particular night. He was just sitting there waiting, and he looks over at Pat and I, and he did the exact laugh he does in The Hamlet in Smoking the Bandit. He saw the two of us together, and that laugh just poured out of him. And he said, Paulie, come here, I walked over, he said, don't leave after the taping. I want to talk to you and Pat. I got a really good idea. And oh God, was it ever a good idea? It was, I mean, there were sometimes, by the third one, it was like a vacation to make and a job to watch. We had way too much fun. We drank and we were in, at those days I was seriously involved with what I refer to as the Devil's Dander, which was inspiration in a little bottle. And that almost took my life until a bunch of recovering alcoholics in Oklahoma City saw me have an absolute psychotic episode and a breakdown. And what I didn't know is they put together a prayer circle and they prayed for me. And 5 days later in a blackout, I called the doctor and said I wanted to get sober. He called me the next morning. He said, I found a place for you. I went, what are you talking about? He said, you called me last night at home. I might add, I don't know how you got my number, but you did. And you said you were tired, you didn't want to drive drunk with your kids in the car anymore, like your dad did. You said you didn't want to lie every day, like you had been for the last 15 years. And I heard it. And that the guy, the promoter in Oklahoma City, that put together the prayer circle with one of my dearest friends. He's a regular in my home group of those meetings of the organization. I don't mention by name, but they saved my life. And everything changed. When I first called, clear vision is a better buzz. It's just amazing, and it's a life that I get up in the morning and I say, lead me where you need me. Make me go, lead me where you need me. I couldn't be more grateful, and that includes all of you. I'm so grateful for your attention.
Well, we'd love to have your folks line up to have questions, and in the meantime, if anyone wants to sit here, we can take your question. I want to talk to you a bit about the Muppet Christmas Carol, which is you delivering gold once again. But what a festive situation when you're given a chance to write, songs. I mean, everybody wants that Christmas song. Well, you did a whole album.
But think about when it happened, because when I got sober, the career I thought I had been gone for probably 10 years. So nobody, the phone was not ringing, and this was not a long story. But what's amazing is that the phone does ring, and nobody, the word around Hollywood was that if you hire Paul Williams, you've got to back up a truck full of cocaine, because he's got a bad habit. So that's gone, but I get a call from Brian Henson. God bless him. And he says, we're going to do the Muppet Christmas Carol. And you're the guy. I mean, you write the heart of the Muppets, we want you to write, and I went, it was my ticket back to the magic store. It was when you think about it, I sit down to write songs about this man who's been lost in his addiction to greed, and he has a spiritual awakening. I'm asked to write this in the middle of my own spiritual awakening. I mean, you could, if you wrote that in a movie, somebody'd say, no, that's too corny. But anyway, it was an amazing opportunity, and it's the #1 movie in England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, and I feel totally guilty with the #2 movie. It's my favorite Christmas movie ever. It's a Wonderful Life, so but again, with gratitude. You have a question, sir?
Thank you. Hello, Olivia. I was lucky enough to see you a couple of years ago at the SoCal Arts Center, where you did your sort of review, and you had the lovely young ladies singing most of the songs for you, and you told the story of them. And I was wondering, you talked at the time about it becoming a traveling show, and I was wondering where you were with that.
I didn't pick up a whole lot of that. If you could leave.
I'm sorry. I thought I was being too loud. A couple of years back, you were at the SoCal Arts Center, and I saw that show, and it was amazing. And you said that you were in the process of making it a traveling show, and I was wondering where you were in that process. The review.
Oh, no, I know. That is so good. Yeah. We were there. How was it?
It was amazing.
A good time.
Yeah. I dragged Fred Street. We all loved it.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, man. I really appreciate it. am I doing? So when I'm singing and I'm saying, like if I'm singing and there's no band, I'm writing a tune. If there's a band and I'm singing and it sounds to me like I'm singing the root note and the executive note, I look over at Chris Caswell, my piano player, is like this. He looks like a sad Muppet, and I go, what? I'm singing, I don't even know it. You're singing a third above, you're singing a harmony. So it's gotten to the point, I just did the thing in New York at the 92nd Street Y, I did 3 there. But you know, the fact is I've been president of ASCAP since 2009. That's my day job, and it's a passion for me as well. Thank you, ASCAP member. But also I'm loving writing, you know. The latest thing, and it's taken forever to do it. We now have J.J. Abrams producing Pan's Labyrinth for the stage with my lyrics, Gustavus on the lines music, and Guillermo del Toro's amazing stories. So we've worked almost 10 years on it. Guillermo would go off and write a movie, and then he'd come back and we work on it, and he'd go off and do something brilliant again and the like. But now we look at theaters in England, we'll open it in England, and then bring it to the States.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Good to meet you. Tell us your name and welcome.
Hey, yeah, my name is Christian. Very nice to meet you, Paul. How are you? I just want to say that I'm a huge Muppets fan. I've always been a huge fan of Jim Henson and his work. The Muppet movie is one of my all-time favorite movies. I think it's just an incredible feature. The song Rainbow Connection especially has really touched me and is a huge part of my life growing up. I just want to know what was your experience working on that?
Well, it was amazing because we knew we wanted it to be something that was really, really special because it's Kermit's fly and song at the beginning of the movie. Kenny and I sat down to write it in our I think the greatest moment like that in a movie is when you wish upon a star. You know, when Jiminy Cricket takes off his hat, sings that like on a star. Makes no difference to you. I mean, it's like, give me a break, that doesn't touch your heart. Nothing does. So we still write the song. This won't be a long story, but it's interesting because most of the best part of our writing is our unconscious, and a lot of it's accidental. So Kenny and I started out writing the first line. Why are there so many songs about rainbows? What's on the other side? Rainbows are visions, but only illusions. Rainbows have nothing to hide. We looked at each other and went, oh crap. Oh man, we just denied any magic at all in rainbows. We just reduced it to an optical illusion. You know, we've done the exact opposite of what we set out to do. But then look what happens, it's interesting. So we've been told what it does in that moment. Some choose to believe it, I know the wrong way to see it. What it does is it takes Kermit away from the podium. And he goes and he sits down metaphorically with the audience. He comes on his first line. So we've been told, and some choose to believe it, I know the wrong way to see it. Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the love is strive, and he also maintains the journey, the search, the quest. Someday we'll find it. None of it was planned, and it was just, but it felt right immediately, you know. The only thing we could not come up with was someday we'll find it, da-dee-da-dee-da-da. Kenny and I were going on like my wife at the time, mother of my children, and still my dear friend, like my sister, said, "What you guys, what's going on?" I said, "Well, there's a connection between rainbows and people." And they said, "Yeah, because with the rainbow, there's a big connection because you're like for about 3 times we do this very much." And she says, "You're looking for the rainbow connection."
all I just want to say thank you so much. Seriously, that song has had such a huge impact on me in my life, and it's beautiful. So thank you for
You're welcome. And the one of the best things is that when people get married to it or their kids can play it, it's a heartbreaker.
Hi, my name is Logan. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your stories with us here today.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you. Rain and Axis Memories is one of the most influential albums that I've listened to when I was growing up. And I just wanted to ask what the songwriting process was with Touch and Beyond.
Well, it was great because I remember seeing them on some television show when they came out of the pyramid, and I didn't know those two came together until right before I met them. It was months after they reached out. I almost did something really stupid. I almost didn't respond, but I kept saying, so I reached out to them and they came to my place, and so I had to do it. When he walked in, he said, I don't know what this has to do with the album, but somehow I think it's important. And what it was a group of people that had died and come back to life, and a description of what the experience was like. And I said, oh my God, I've read that book. I mean, I read that book 15 years ago, maybe 20 years ago. But I got the essence of what it was. The unnamed I am of the robots. That we don't know any like, are they hybrids or 3-minute brain and
waves. Rather than trying to get one long thing, because you don't know when it's starting and when it's stopping. And then that way it might be easier to break out into things that we can submit or share. If I'm just like, I'm here at this place doing this very specific thing. I'm here with this person saying this thing.
And the last thing I tried to do was touch. I would so touch.
Do it.
So his device.
Get him.
Go get him. Get her. Why would you do that? Are you crazy? Good.
And he just kind of poured out of me Beyond. I love what they do Beyond. My favorite line is Beyond is there's no such thing as competition. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't happen. So, God bless them. I'm glad it's really cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, sure. Come on up. Let's introduce yourself. We love your shirt.
Yay!
You know,
one of the things that was many of us getting older at the end of it. But one thing that's going to happen is when I die, my son plays the piano very well. He's going to play Rainbow.
I hope that's a long way away from what it is. Yeah. But what a ride I think that's going to be. What a ride, you know. It's, there's so many miracles. You know, I had back surgery September 30th. And it's a quick story, but I had herniated disc. The doctor went in and cut a thing with the surgeon back. And went in.
And they get the
Collapsed. Vertebrae. Anyway, the disc was shaped like that. The owner pushed the two bones apart and found a dead nerve. And so the doctor just felt microscopic and like robotic assist. And he pushed the whole dead nerve aside and he dug the canal underneath it. So the next nerve that came in wouldn't die if the vertebrae came back down again. At any rate, so the doctor was working with it, she was telling out there as he was doing it said that it was amazing because all of a sudden as he was digging up the bone, this nerve twitched. That's impossible. What's that about? And he looked and I said, I could be the woman, and then all of a sudden the little bit of nerve twitched again. And then began to vibrate. And he said it vibrated so quickly that it was a vibrating joyous. And when the lady surgeon was sharing this with me, said that, a tear rolled down her cheek, and one responded for me. And when I'm emotionally touched, I can't make a sound. I minister healthy God's punctuation. Like God, it's so amazing. Music is vibration. And we hug each other, and it was just a moment of celebration of what not only was there science there, but the man who did this work did a gracious, humane act. And I thought of a wonderful quote of Romans that just kind of covers my life, which was bigger than 72 days. And the quote is, sell your cleverness and purchase bewilderment. Sell your cleverness. I did that. I've been clever. I've sold my cleverness and purchased bewilderment. And the bewilderment is in the wonderment of life. The fact that there is so much nature that is in our body that this feels like the people are whispering to us all the time. The older I get, the closer I get to the veil, the more I know there's something on the other side. I can feel it breaking on through. Not today, I hope, but eventually.
Well, you're big magic.
I appreciate it.
Hey, what's your name? What do you do?
My name is Andrew.
Hi, Andrew.
Hi. I just had a question. It's about the Muppets movie. The scene where you're in at the bar when Ozzy and Kermit are dancing. Do you know the name of the song that you're playing on piano in that scene?
Which one?
When you're at the piano, it says don't shoot the piano player.
Shoot the piano player? Yeah. Not that, I think it was I have no idea.
Something like that. I've been trying to find out the name of that song, and like I just thought I'd take this opportunity to
it's funny because I basically usually with Kenny and Kenny is more music and I'm more lyrics, but right after we wrote the songs and all the movie, Kenny had his first child, and he said, you know what, I can't under the underscoring. I gotta go home, I gotta spend these weeks with my baby. That's the kind of man he is. So he went home, I wrote all the underscoring, but I have no idea what I wrote for whatever banging on the piano.
I don't blame you.
I don't remember. But I remember the bum. And I remember all the cues. I remember them. I remember writing it for the wrong instrument and having an orchestrator sitting next to me going, you just killed the horn player. Having him try to get that note. Let's write it for a flute. Live on the Death Label. There you go. Trust me. I love you, honey. Thank you. Oh my God, it's me. Swan here.
Hello, my name is Noah. It's wonderful to talk to you, so it's
great to know you. I wanted to ask, how was working with Lily O'Finley on Transforming Characters? I mean, he does more with one eye. I mean, with all the, the essence of Swan and all the, the power and all the, this man does more. I mean, he's a remarkable actor. And, every now and then I just can't understand why he's not right here, right now. What a great performance. Everybody that's coming to film it, it was amazing. We were all in love with Jessica Harper, and she was in love with none of us, But it's funny, Jessica's daughter is one of the producers at Bad Robot with J.J. Abrams and is producing Pan's Labyrinth. So my current is being produced with Guillermo del Toro, is being produced by Phoenix's daughter. It's so wonderful, But I love this. Come by and say hi at the booth. All right.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Love to hear it. It's great.
Time for one more, my friend, please.
Mr. Williams, longtime fans, thank you so much for all the wisdom that you share. My name is Robert. You've been around zero for so much of pop culture milestones. Everything from like a loved one through Daft Punk. Is there something right now that you wish you could do in that space? Some guest star spot or something like it?
Is there a guest spot? Is the question?
Well, like you've starred in so many great movies, like big pop cultural events like The Muppets or Phantom of the Paradise. Is there some movie or series or franchise that you'd love to guest star in now?
Well, we're that close to putting Phantom of the Paradise on the stage. That close. Perfect. And so there's always matches of ideas. How many guys I'd like to ride with? I would have gone to ride with Leonard Cohen. I mean, I really, or just be around it. I met it once. I think about the things we were making or Dance with Your Hand in Blood. I go, God, why didn't you seek him out like if you were seeking this one? Sit down next to him and say, gee, tonight. But just, that's one of the reasons I love what I'm doing for ASCAP is that I get to have to become shoulder to shoulder with Anyway, you guys are fantastic. I'll answer all the questions. You come to the booth and all. You don't have to watch everything. We'll see you later. Thank you all so much. Thank you very much. Great night. We'll be over there. One more big round for Paul Williams, ladies and gentlemen. In just a few minutes, we'll have Sybil Danning on our stage.
give us a chance.
I really want you, but I'm a Republican now, so I'm supposed to be racist.
Oh, girl, I think all white people are racist anyway. In here.
Okay? Oh.
Hey there, we're here to tell the Halloween party. We're here to drink, play bad music, do some half gay shit.
Why just half gay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our second presentation on Friday night. I am, yes, so it was, thank you for the good intro. I'm going to bring up the moderator of our next panel. This is Mr. Deverell Weeks. Give him a round of applause.
Is that reading? Yeah, perfect. How's everyone doing today? I'm really honoured and excited to be speaking to this incredible actress and creator. I'd like to bring up Miss Sybil Danning. I'm actually going to ask you a couple of questions to start with. When did you grow up?
Oh, wow. Well, I guess we'll start with Austria. That's where I was born and spent my childhood.
What was your early life like?
My early
Life?
Oh, wow. My mother told me on a Sunday when, after church and we went to listen to the concert, I would run up to the orchestra and dance and show my panties. While I was dancing in front of the orchestra, and so she always thought I was a very lively child. But on the other side, I was also always with the boys in the trees, climbing trees. I was a tomboy as well.
One of the questions that really interested me, what was your first big role?
I started out as a model, and one day a photographer saw a picture and called me and said, there's a director in town. This was in Austria. The director is German, and they're doing a big German fable, which was called Lorelei. You may have heard of it. And that was the role of a German girl who sits kind of like Lady Godiva, totally nude, with a long wig, or that was probably her hair. I had a long wig covering her nude body at the top of a mountain overlooking the Rhine River. And down below, the ships would crash, and that was German comedy. That was supposed to be funny, so that was my first role. And after that, an Austrian director saw me, and he hired me for the Nibelungen, and I played Kriemhild at that time, the Virgin Kriemhild, which I really enjoyed. That was sordid sorcery. And
well, I have to ask, you worked with so many famous British actors. What was it like to work with Richard Burton?
Oh my God. I had some Richard Burton. I had read his book, and I knew he was from Pump for the Vin. And so one when I went to Hungary, to Budapest, to shoot Bluebeard with him, I was so nervous. We didn't have a direct scene because, you know, I died without him. He's in the picture, but we didn't do it together. It was just, you know, it was his view and my view. So we never got together. And after that first day, I went far and I wanted to go back to my hotel. And someone takes me by his arm and says, Mr. Berkman would like to see you in his trailer. And so I was like numb. He took my makeup bag, took me to the trailer, and at the back of the trailer, there was Richard Berkman sitting in his beautiful black pants and shirt that he wore as Bluebeard. And we started talking, and we stopped talking at 4 o'clock in the morning. We drank vodka. I told him I knew about him and his book, and I did, and we talked about everything in life. It was amazing. And when he dropped me off at my hotel in his Rolls Royce in Budapest, he said, I'm going to spend the night with you. And I walked out of the car, got into the hotel, went upstairs, slammed my door in the hotel and said, what did I just do? I'm the biggest idiot. But you know, when I came to that picture, you know, Raquel Welch was in the movie, and so many wonderful and beautiful actresses. And when I got there, I had heard that Richard had slept with every one of them. And so when we got together and talked, I thought, no, I'm not going to be the next one. I got to know that man. I was so infatuated by him. And maybe under normal circumstances, you know, I wasn't married or anything. I would love to sleep with him. But it was just, you know, I didn't want to be the next one in line. And what we had was so precious. And then I saw him that winter in Gstaad, Switzerland. He was there, and I was there skiing. And he was with Elizabeth. And we were friends, and we hugged, and that's the way I loved him up in my memory.
I think that's a brilliant story. You did The Three and Four Musketeers as well, and that's a Richard Lester movie, and that has Oliver Reed in it, and it has, what was it like to be part of a movie with that many stock Raquel Welch, Faye Dunaway? That's the first time you worked with Christopher Lee, is that correct? Charlton Heston. What was that movie like to make?
It was wonderful. We shot that in, well, we stayed in Madrid, and we shot in and around Madrid. And I had become very good friends with Geraldine Chaplin. And I was the lady in waiting to her, the queen. And we got along so well, and we would, you know, she'd come to my hotel at night, and we'd have dinner together, and tell me stories about being the Chaplin family. It was just amazing. And of course, you know, every person, I stayed friends with everyone in that movie, and it was just amazing working with such high caliber actors that were very normal and just wonderful people.
Can we show clip 4, please? Clip 4.
this is a classic. We're talking about classics, right? Infamous Musketeers and this, right?
Did you have?
Well, Jeffrey Combs was in it. He's a classic.
So I'm going to just jump around a bit. Some of the clips may not come in correctly, and I'm sorry about that, but there's a couple more questions. You worked on a movie that was nominated for an Oscar, right? And did you, Operation Thunderbolt, and you worked with Klaus Kinski. Okay, what can you tell us about working with Klaus Kinski?
With what?
Working with Klaus Kinski.
Well, that's such a long story, but I guess the short story is, I don't know if you know, but he basically, when he gets an offer, he says, don't send me the script, send me the check. Okay? So he's in Paris, I'm in Germany. Menachem Golan, the director, says, we're going to do Entebbe, that was Entebbe, you know. And I said, well, you and 10 others. Okay, long story. He says, can you get the money? I said, yeah, I have German money. I ended up financing that movie and bringing it to distribution, and I'm very proud of it because we were nominated for Best Foreign Film. Thank you. Yeah. And I played, you know, the terrorist. And so the Germans say, well, so who's going to play the male terrorist? And I said, there's only one, and that is Klaus Kinski. And they said, no, we don't want him. I said, you don't want him? He's perfect. What an incredible actor. And they said, no, you know, he was the enfant terrible because at that time he was going around Germany doing a Pichon play, and he would literally spit out at the audience if they would cough, or if anybody made, you know, a little noise or something. He was terrible. And I said, no, I want him. I really want him. And they said, okay, but if you take him, but you and he are going to be sued, you're not going to be paid. And that's that, if there's any trouble at all. And I said, okay. So I called up Klaus in Paris. I was in Germany, he was in Paris. I said, Klaus, I want you to do this program. And he said, you know, what is this? I don't know about this story. I said, you don't know this story? No.
Fairly shortly.
Just wants to check. I said, this and that. I explained it to him. And I said, tomorrow morning, you talk to your agent. Tomorrow morning, you tell me you're going to do it. And then he says, next morning, he says, oh yeah, I want to do it. And I said, well, guess what? The Germans don't want you. But this is what they're going to do, because if you don't behave, I'm going to pay for it, you're going to pay for it, because we're going to get sued. But that's not the worst thing. One of my best friends in Israel is with the Mossad. And if you don't behave, they don't have to do anything because you'll never leave Israel alive. He was so different from ever. I mean, I think I can say I came because we were in Israel and we would have lunch together and breakfast, and he made sure that he was at my table and he'd smile at me and say, am I behaving? Am I behaving? I mean, like a little child, you know? So we made the movie, we worked overtime, we were up against, you know, Marvin Chomsky, who was doing the, you know, the TV movie and then the other action movie. But that's the story about Klaus.
It's a great story. Can we show clip 6, which is Back to Beyond the Stars? Back to Beyond the Stars.
I could do wonders. I would recharge his capacitors, stimulate his solenoid, tingle, bang, granule in his transistors. You know, sex. Stick with me. You'll get into it.
So,
that's not the movie I was just talking about. you all know which one that is, right?
you come to America and you do Battle Beyond the Stars, which has an amazing talent involved with it. James Cameron, James Horner, the script is by John Sayles. It stars Richard Thomas, George Saxon, George Pepper, Robert Thorne, who's in The Magnificent Seven. Can you talk about making that movie? That was a Corman movie, is that correct?
And Roger Corman was known to, you know, he was a no-nonsense guy. This was the biggest budget that he ever did. This was his biggest movie, and he took it very serious. And we had, I remember one day I was seeing, you know, just, it was, you know, we had so many stars, but this was a scene of, you know, just a little role guy that was, he was so nervous, and he flopped his line twice, and then every time he flopped his line, I mean, Corman was on the set, and he was watching, and he said, okay, now do it again and get it right. Okay, now do it again. He said, the third time he just threw him out. He said, you're out, get the guy off the set, get him off. He had no, you know, it was a big budget for him, and every minute counted. So Roger was a tough producer, but he loved his stars because everyone on that movie loved what they were doing, and we enjoyed it. It was basically, you know, like Akira Kurosawa's, you know, the Seven in Outer Space. And it was very special, and I loved playing with Valkyrie Warrior. The scene where, again, you know, he was on the set, and everyone knows that one particular costume of mine was a little bit on my breast, and when I moved, the nipples would come out, and they'd have to stop shooting, and fix that, fix it. There on the third time, Corman said, get the damn glue and glue her in it. And they did. They brought the glue and they glued me in that in it. But at night, taking that glue off of my nipples and my breast, oh, wait a minute. That was painful. But it was wonderful working with everybody. And I did, you know, I worked with, that's a classic. Yeah, that's a classic. I mean, it comes back again and again and again, and I'm very proud and sad because I think most of you know that I'm the only one out of that wonderful movie that got an action figure. You know, X-Men has her own action figure. I was very proud of that, but I'm sad because we have so many actors that would have deserved that too. I think it would have been a great collection.
What did you learn from Corman? Because you produced as well, right? You did some producing in your own right. What did you learn from him? Oh, son. Yeah, let's show it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Proud of her. And it's from the same company that does all the Sylvester Stallone figures, so you know why it's so beautiful.
Yeah, it's really
a great job.
But how many action figures do you have?
That's the only one.
That's the one.
It's the only one, yes, and I cherish it. Well, from Roger, I mean, from Roger, you can only learn one thing, that you have to have a tight schedule, you have to have a tight budget, and you have to, you know, not let any nonsense happen because every minute is money.
Is that the first time you played a character that strong? Because you have a series of very strong female characters. Do you think that put you in a role where that was what you were going to do with your career, was playing super strong women?
Well, I don't really consider her that strong. I mean, she was funny too, she was sexy, you know. I think maybe it was the combination of that. And, but it was the very first movie that I did when I came to Hollywood. That it was. And, well, actually the second. The first one doesn't count so much. I don't think anybody here ever heard or saw the movie Cat in the Cage? mainly stayed in the cage, that movie, right? But no, I consider it the first movie that I ever did. And it was different, but it was, in the movie Secret, in Leave a Woman, I was sexy. And, you know, this character was sexy, but I also could be the toy. Because to fly a spaceship and go out with men, like I used to go out with the boys, you know, climb trees, it was, I felt it was my kind of role. It was made for me. And it worked out. And it keeps coming out again and again. And I would like to see a reboot. I have ideas for it. I like to see it.
Could we show a clip live of Phantom Empire, please?
Gorilla, I made this mask. It's on paper. Yeah. And they painted it up to look like metal. There's a strict division. Yeah. Oh, great to see it. Yeah. Wow. These are great. But you need a straw. My nose is too big.
That's somebody's favorite, I think.
Did you have someone who made your costumes for that?
Who made the costume for that?
Yeah.
By the way, that's Fred Olin Ray, who directed that and produced it, and who also produced my movie Jack-O-Lantern 2 that we're going to see a clip of. His people did it.
So you've worn some beautiful wardrobe in your career. You've been very lucky in that way. Can you talk about working on V? Because people love the TV show V.
Well, speaking of a strong character, and again, a fantasy character, I love being, you know, Commander Kruger. And I don't know, there's something about costumes. I always seem to get wonderful costumes, and I love that uniform, which was really beautiful. When I went in for that, I had heard that the series was already in trouble, and the producers looked at me and they said, "Miss Henny, would you consider coming on as a regular?" And I said, "The hell I would. Yes, I'd love to come on as a regular." But then, you know, the producers of the movie were already fighting to keep it on the air, and unfortunately it went off the air. But I loved that role. That was a role I really liked a lot.
How did you get involved in the Howling 2?
Well, I had a manager who heard that they were doing that movie and thought I would be right for Werewolf Queen, and called them up, and they said, "Oh, well, you know, we have the movie pretty much already cast, and you're offering Sybil Danning to play the Queen. We don't think we have that in the budget. We cannot pay for that." And so my manager, being very smart, he said, "Well, who's distributing your movie?" such and such. And said, well, why don't you ask them if they would like to pay for Sybil Daniel to come and play the Queen? And they did, and they said yes. So that's how I got that role.
Can you talk about the werewolf makeup?
Oh, are they going to have like a movie presentation? I think the most amazing makeup was, I don't know if you know, but when we got the costumes sent to us, they were not werewolf costumes. They were ape costumes. And here we were in the Czech Republic at that time, and you know, the director called Hollywood and said, you were not doing, Planet of the Apes, we're doing a werewolf movie. And in Hollywood they said, well, we're not going to send you any more costumes, so make do it, So here they were with those costumes. Now what are we going to do with the werewolves? Because there aren't apes. At least they didn't have them in that package. So they created the one time when I turned full vampire. They created my costume simply by rows and rows of, imagine eyelashes, but long eyelashes, just one row after another, from bottom to top, which took 8 hours. One full werewolf scene, and that covered my
That's funny.
amazing work.
Didn't Christopher Lee say something to you about your work ethic on that? Didn't Christopher Lee say something about your work ethic? About how true you were for doing that?
Well, I did 5 movies with Chris, and we loved each other very much. And he told me in that movie, and we were,
I'm unemployed. Okay. Okay.
A communist country where we were, so we went to dinner every night together. We spent a lot of time. And after he had heard that I stood for 8 hours for that to be done without eating, without going to lunch, barely through he said, I wish that you did. And just remember,
they're all like turning
when you take on a role, nothing that is asked of you that is within reason and you feel is necessary, that your fans will want to see, your fans will appreciate, then you have to do it, because in the end, it's all about the end result. And that's what counts. And you can never say to yourself that you're too good or too whatever to do something, because it's our fans, and I want to thank you because it is our fans. Because not the producers, not the writers, not the distributors, nobody makes money if you don't go see it. So we are thankful to you, and you said, think of your fans. And I did, and ever since, when I get a script, the first thing I think is, my fans want to see me. That's what I think, because that's what counts.
I love that answer. Can we show the howling clip, please? The howling clip.
I know she did.
I feel like she's gonna want this to like too, right? Halloween too?
Daughter of Satanda and Ascend. And held subject to his will.
Stefan, you never could resist me.
Silver must be destroyed, but I will do it.
Conjured by the Queen of Sorrow, by the underworld itself, by the sailors of the sea.
Silver must be Rest in peace.
Now, my blood and flame, we will be wedded for eternity. For eternity. For
Okay. Can you talk about having dinner with Christopher Lee? Can you talk about having dinner with Christopher Lee and his wife and what would happen at those meals? And what would happen during those meals?
His wife, Christopher's wife, never came along to, we did 5 movies, she only came along to do 1 movie, and that strangely was in Dirty, Dusty, as she put it, Africa. And we did the movie called Albino. It has a couple of titles, but the main title is Albino. And she and Christopher were sitting by the pool when I arrived. They had come in from London and I came in from Germany. And I went down to greet them and sat down at the table. And his wife and I, Gita, she was a model. She was sitting there and having her cocktail, and I said, Gita, what brings you to this dirty place? She says, darling, there are emeralds here. So I looked at Christopher and I said, okay, get ready. Everything you're making on this movie, you're going to buy for her an emerald ring. You know that, don't you? I mean, that's just the way she was. She didn't come anywhere, but she came there because she knew there were emeralds there. But they had a wonderful life and time together, and I'm happy about that because they couldn't be more different. Because she drank, she had a drink, I had a drink, he didn't drink. We smoked cigarettes, he didn't smoke. We were playing cards, he doesn't gamble, okay? So everything she did, he didn't do. He did sit there with us the whole time while we were smoking, drinking, playing cards, and would tell stories where Gita would roll her head and say like, oh, I've heard that story, he loved to tell stories. And he would tell stories of his movies and the locations and the actors, and he just loved doing that. He was wonderful.
Can you talk about Joe Dante? Because Joe Dante is a big fan of the Howling too, is that correct?
Every time we see each other, you know, he says, no, I love yours. And I said, no, I love yours more. You know, so we have this, you know, we love each other's movies. But we know that Howie wanted to I mean, 3, 4, and 5 were made too, but I know 1 was definitely a Joe Dante classic. And Helen 2, I don't know what it is. I know only one thing. It's a movie that the critics have loved to hate and hate to love. That's what it is. It's fun. That's what it is.
He started the movie with me. We hung out
Can we show clip 3, Hercules, please?
We're just being stolen.
He was supposed to give it to me.
There's a high VCR.
And he couldn't have chosen better. Black lotus is nectar numbs the mind and awakens the senses.
We did this episode. Anyway, so starting.
Drink deep to enhance the 1,000 pleasures that will give you.
Where is Cassia?
She's about to return to ashes.
How many movies did you do with Luke Ringo? Just one. And is this another remake of The Magnificent Seven? It was different. And was that, can you talk about, sorry, I've lost my question.
You asked me what other movies we did together.
Yes.
We did yes. Basically, it was gladiators. Yeah, we shot that in Rome. Exactly, yeah.
Did you do a lot of your own stunts?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did around of course, I studied with a very, very well-known guy in Italy, and all the sword fighting and stunts all worked out, but I did my own stunts, yeah.
What are your favorite crews? Do you like the American crews? What are the difference between American crews and, say, Italian crews?
Yeah. Well, working with a film crew is wonderful because it's your family. You know, when you are on a movie, the people that make you look good and help you to bring the story to life and to you becomes your family, and it's very important. And when you see them in the morning and you can say good morning and you have a good night, and it's very important. And I love being on set, and I love my crew, whether they're my crew or someone else's crew, but I love everyone that works there because everyone is responsible for how you look, how you sound, and in the end brings a beautiful piece forward to the screen that you all can enjoy. So it's very important. But it all starts with the director. You know, it does. There are directors that just want to let's get to work and there's no in between. But usually, I think I've had a lot of fun working with great directors and great crews.
Can we shove the Halloween clip, please?
I guess I'll see you next week.
I'll get in the car. No, sit in my lap.
Yes, sir.
working in drugs on me. And when he called my house, well, he didn't call, his office called my house and said, oh, could you come over? Mr. Zombie would like to see you for the movie. I went to the studio in his office, and I was not let into his office, but I knew, and I don't know if you know, but he's a big collector of posters and videos. And I thought, I don't know if he saw the Halloween or not, but I'm going to bring him a poster, and I'm going to bring him a video, and I'm going to put it on his desk. So I gave it. I said, Mr. office, and they said, no, but you can just lay it down. He would like to see you here, come with me. He took me into the makeup room, and he had two heads there with blonde wigs, and he said, so you and Sherry are going to play the Croup Sisters. Do you like it?
Second story.
I had never met him before. There was no formality. There was nobody in the office. He knew that when I walked through the door, that's what he wanted me to be, and that's what we ended up being, the Croup Sisters. Sherry and I. And then he said to me, I want you to be in this movie. And I said, I have something in your office, so we went into his office. And he said, oh, you didn't have it. He said, you have to sign it for me. And I looked in his office, and they said, you're doing a Halloween. And I would love to be in a Halloween with you. And he said, well, I've already passed everything, but let me think about it. And if I can think of a role to, put you in, I will do that. And that's what happened.
That's a great story.
It ended up being smaller than we shot it, but there are reasons for that.
Can we show, this is my last clip, my last question, and we're opening up the question. Can we show the Jacko 2?
So little tricks.
Everywhere, and just this monster, and it's killing me. Anyone who has heard of uprising, 72 Mr. Jack will break your back. It's a silly childhood legend. In the woods with an amulet doesn't make me a demon witch baby.
What can you tell us about that movie?
Well, I don't want to give it away. I think you saw a little bit, and you can famously go now. That was a lot of fun, and of course that's the fifth project that I did with Fred Owen. So when he called me and said that he wants to do this, I liked the idea. And he said, okay, when it's done, when it's finished being written, you, then I'll let you read it. So that's how that came about. You know, Fred and I have worked together so many times that we trust each other, and yeah. I like what you sing, I like what you want to do. Now I like to read the script. But I basically committed to the project despite him telling me the idea. And then I had the first chapter. But last year, and I'd like to ask this evening too, of all of you here, raise your hand if you've seen Jack-O-Lantern. It has a great following, but it was shot 35 years ago, so you know, a lot of you are too young to have seen it. But it's a classic on its own.
We only have time, I'm sorry, we've gone over a little bit, we have time for one or two questions. If anyone wants to ask a question, please line up and ask now.
I was wondering if there's one character that fans come up to you to talk about more than any other.
I think the Howling 2 is crowns it. Yeah, I think everybody loved that. And
the critics are wrong. It's a lot of fun.
yeah, well, they love that. You know, they say, oh, it's this and it's that, but it's really this and it's really fun and it's great music, right? Oh, can't beat the music, right? Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, similarly great to meet you. I met you and Joe Dante a couple of months ago, and both are fantastic Hollywood legends for sure. One of my favorite movies with you is Reform Schoolgirls with Wendy O. Williams. I was a big fan of hers before she passed, and any good story you can share with the people about Reform Schoolgirls, you know, it's a great movie.
Well, let me start with saying I really like her. She had a lot of problems, we know. I one day had an idea, and I'm a director, because, you know, we were rivals. So I thought, there's really no ending between us. Nothing really comes to an end. And I went to the director, and I said, I think we should end this in a real cat fight. Her against, you know, kind of like in, I don't know who saw Chained Heat, but in Chained Heat, I had a fighting scene and everybody loved that. And I think we need that. And they said, well, I don't know if people want to do that. So they went to her, and they asked her, and the director said, yeah, she doesn't want to do it. And I said, tell her, she's going to end up killing me, because in this movie, I'm the bad guy, you know? I mean, she's got to kill me. Doesn't she want to do that? No, she doesn't want to do that. You know? And
She seemed pretty physical. I was surprised that she didn't want to do it. You know, being that, you know, she didn't do, I don't know, any other movies besides that.
yeah, and she would have killed me. It's not like I would have had the upper hand, you know? And we actually played. And one day after the movie, I come into the club. Hey, yo. She turns to the corner and walks back out. She was like that, you know? She just, you know, just like that. She wants things her way. She has a right to do that. But still, everybody loved the movie. And everybody wanted me after, you know, everybody said I should have played Morton. So that was my chance to play Morton. So I think it worked out.
Thank you very much for being here. Great.
I'm sorry guys, we've run out of time, but thank you so much.
I would like to say something, because I want to say thank you to Elliot and to Jack for putting these wonderful clips together. They did it together, and they did a beautiful job. They knew exactly what would pop out and you would love. So, thank you, Elliot. I really appreciate the beautiful work you did doing this.
Thank you very much. Sit down.
Enjoy it. Okay? Thank you for coming tonight. I love you.
Thank you, Deborah, and thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in just about 5 or so minutes, we'll be starting our 9 o'clock panel. Hope you are Night of the Living Dead fans in here. So you'll enjoy this a lot. Just hang tight for about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Why just half gay?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go. Let's give it up for our Night of the Living Dead panel. There you go. Let's get started with that. That's good. I'm bringing up to the stage our moderator, one of the stars of the film, Mr. Richard Gabay.
Hello. All right. Thank you, sir. How's everybody doing tonight? Ready to be a little bit undead? Forgive us. We are super excited to be here tonight. We're kind of flying this by the seat of our undeadness. First of all, sending love from our esteemed director, Christopher Douglas Olin Ray, who unfortunately can't be here tonight. And one of our stars, Miss Brittany Underwood, who's busy on a TV show. Well, let's start it right now. Bringing out one of our stars. She plays my wife on screen. I'm Harry Cooper in Night of the Living Dead, which is a big honor for me to take on such an iconic role like that. One of our producers, John Mack, one of our stars.
You can't even see what's on the screen over there.
And one of our other stars, our daughter, Emily Rose Hitt, and her dad, John Hitt, who's also one of our producers. Someone I'm very close to. My son, I was going to ask the director if you need an extra zombie, he's available. And before I could do that, Chris kindly offered my son, Raphael Gabay, the opportunity to be the busboy and the first zombie in the movie. She gets eaten by Pete Wallace. What an amazing intro to the world of Hollywood. Our editor, Mr. Jason Valentine. And now, the star thrilled Ann is here, a woman who needs no introduction. The hardest working producer, director, actor, booked and blessed. Forget about the rest. Miss Vivica A. Fox. All right, so hey, what? Yeah. Okay. Did you want to say something, Emily? What do you think of Hollywood so far? Why don't we knock this out by starting the trailer? Are the mics on?
How's it going? They're showing a trailer right into The Living Dead. I don't know if you would rather watch that.
Stay sharp. Try your best not to kill anyone that's not already dead.
Night of the Living Dead, another movie.
All right. So, John.
Yeah, hi, Neon Muslim. Yes, there is a new Night of the Living Dead movie. That's interesting. A movie based on a movie. Who would have thought about that?
Night of the Living Dead, and you're Harry Cooper. I do I have to shave my head, you know? But anyway, so I've been kind of thinking about this project for years, but I think John...
Did you guys want to meet Miss Mitten's mommy? She's over there. You can see her talking to Eric Miller, maybe. Let's see if I can move this. Where is it? Yes. Okay. You see, is Eric talking to Eric Miller right now? Let's see if we can get them coming in. Oh shoot! I moved this whole thing.
That don't happen like overnight. So the fact that like for 6 years you
I can't move
were so
that.
committed to making it happen, and we're here tonight deserves a round of applause. Yeah, we made it.
Yeah, it was quite a journey. It was an interesting.
Hold on one second.
And I know that we were starting and stopping a few times. Chris would call me up and say, Viv's available. Viv's not... Viv.
No, it was definitely a labor of love. I mean, for all of us. I don't know who was, she played Barb, and her and I were like partners in crime, kicking zombie butt.
Hey, you know what?
I think she was just so awesome bringing. She took her
Okay.
shoes.
Here we go. These people, there's people out here. Hi. So this is Eric Miller, director of Mark of the Damned. Hi, said Miss Mitten's mommy. Excuse me, Miss Monty. And Miss Monty wants to see.
Monty. This is Miss Mittens.
And then this is Miss Mitten's mommy.
Yeah.
And we shot all the way out in Acton, California.
Yeah, so I just met Miss Mitten's mommy.
Yes, now we're friends too.
Yeah, we're very good friends. Yeah. It's very nice to see all you today.
Yeah, they've been very patient. Like this is like C-SPAN.
Thanks, guys. Yes, I wanted to come to life. Now she can actually, you know, meet Mr. Lobo at his size.
Yes.
Have you told the people how you know Lobo, Miss?
Some of them know.
Oh, they
yeah,
already
yeah.
know.
That that's because I'm on here. I'm Miss Mitten's mom because
okay,
I'm Miss Mitten's mommy.
Very good, very good. Yes, so we're here at this Monsterpalooza, and it is huge. You have to respect the amount of people that are in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
There's always more than you think.
Yeah, and it's an upsetting number.
Yeah.
It's crowded.
This is Friday
Very
night.
crowded.
Tomorrow is gonna be awful. I mean, awfully great.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's gonna be awfully great.
Awfully great.
Yes. So we nowhere to stand.
That should be the Monsterpalooza motto. Awfully great.
Awfully, yes. That's very good. Man. Yeah. So I haven't seen Mr. Lobo. How long has it been since I've seen you?
Did I see you 2 years ago or no?
Where were we?
Because I did Mark on the movie down in South. Did I see you during?
Oh, we had dinner.
We had dinner.
Yeah.
So during Blind Bargain,
Yeah.
we had dinner.
And Rick, see that guy there in the corner? That man in the corner, his name is Rick Spears.
Yes,
See him
back there is Rick Spears.
Put your arm down.
He wrote Teenagers from Mars, right?
Yeah,
the comic book.
yeah. So he went with us. He met us at dinner.
Yes.
Hey, if you're in Los Angeles, in North Hollywood, go to Little Tony's.
Yeah,
It's nice.
that's right. All the big shots go to Little Tony.
I think you're not kidding.
Yeah. yeah. And yeah, we've been having a wonderful time out here. I think Miss Mitten's mommy's a hit. She
Yeah.
might have her own
People
tape
saw,
here.
they smile when they see them. They're like, "You're a plant, right?" I'm like, "I'm Miss Mitten."
Hold on.
Not
Hold
just
up.
a plant.
Wait a second. I know. You're a plant, right? Can't get anything by you, total stranger.
I am one of the only green things
Yeah,
here. Everything's black and red.
Yeah.
And furry.
A lot of goths here.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I know, it's great. Walking in here feels like Halloween.
It is.
Feels wonderful. I've been like so excited about Halloween. I'm like, I could skip summer.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, so over where I just moved into a part of town that really celebrates Halloween. And I've just been looking forward to it. I'm like, I'll skip summer. I'll just go straight to Halloween.
let's do it.
And then we came here. And that's exactly what I was looking for.
Yes, definitely. This is a good event for people who are missing Halloween times.
Oh.
Did you get to tell everybody the great article?
You can tell them about that.
There is a great article in the program, and it's really authentic to what Mr. Lobo does and why we all care about him. It's really great. So we'll share it. It's like a spread. It's like 4 pages. This is 4. 4.
Is it 4 though? It's really 3 with an ad in the middle, right? There's the online part too.
It's maybe a little. It's that way. Okay. Stand by. This is in real life stuff, you know.
Yeah.
It's not that easy. There it is. That's page 1.
Here,
It's like a really nice article.
Let's see here. Where is it? This way. That way.
He was in
Mr. Lobo at 25.
He's like the Monsterpalooza centerfold, basically.
He is.
Yeah. A couple pages long.
Everybody did everything they could.
There is so
See,
much
here's
great
other
stuff in this
pages.
convention.
Because he's absolutely adorable in this movie. Totally meant to be.
I haven't seen Skinner yet.
Skinner's here.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. Skinner is a big deal. Skinner's a big deal.
I told him I saw his giant Galactus head.
Oh, yeah.
There was a big gallery show of Jack Kirby art, and Skinner did a 2-story head of Galactus. It was like going to church.
Yeah.
It was something else.
Skinner, I don't know if I told you this, but when I first started my show, Skinner would always want to come to my shows, and we would have these big panels on either side of the movie screen. So they'd be like these 8-foot paintings on either side of the movie screen.
By him?
By him.
Wow.
So there'd be like Frankenstein and Bride of Frankenstein, or the Hulk, or whatever it was. But he would just do these. He would do these paintings that were in, and they were so big that we couldn't take them home. So they just lived at the movie theater in the basement until they rotted or whatever.
Wow.
But he would also. But I hosted a show.
You can barely see.
I hosted shows at galleries and stuff, but anyhow, so Skinner was always kind of like in that scene when I was doing my early live movie show stuff. And now he's a huge artist.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Popular artist.
We're taking a look. We'll share there with you guys.
Yes, we're taking a ton of pictures. But yeah, Miss Minton's mommy has become the belle of the ball here at.
She sticks out like a green thumb.
Yes, sticks out like a green thumb, and people are really liking seeing her, meeting her. I think I wanted to get her to sign some of these photographs.
Yeah, you should get an ink pad.
Yeah,
and she just puts her leaf.
Yes, rub leaf. He brought pictures for me to sign as Miss Mittens.
I'm walking in.
They're way over there.
I'm a huge E.T. fan.
What are you guys talking about?
That's my mom.
Thank you.
Now I sympathize with him, how hard it is to be doing it and read. And he talks to us, he reads, it's like very small.
Yeah.
Small print.
So yeah, so we could just have her sign some of these. I think that would be great. So you can have your choice. You can have both.
It's what's the action
Yes.
The designer, which to my knowledge is the first time it's ever been put on film. The whole scene.
So we're in a hall.
Incredible.
Can they even hear us?
I think they can.
Okay.
Can you hear us? I think you hear us.
Yeah, because we're in the hall where they do all the panel discussions.
It is loud.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
We can barely hear each other.
What if they couldn't that whole time? We're telling stories.
There's
No
a
one
green.
can hear us.
They can't hear us.
I think they can.
John and Richard.
I don't want to trip.
I know.
Oh, shit,
You know,
you did it. You knocked it out.
the Amish hackers are here too. Be careful.
What's that mean?
The Amish hackers are whatever blows his tech.
Oh.
And we could just stood on it and ruin it.
Yeah, we always, when I'm in Pennsylvania and like the sound goes out or whatever, that's always the comment is that the Amish hackers are at it.
Okay, I remember this. I was sculpting something years ago, and I was like watching your show, and you talked about it. And I just had a memory of what I was working on in my mind. Like, why am I thinking about a skull?
We've been friends for a really long time.
And then we did it in an episode where the transmission kept going out, and there was a guy with like a dish made out of corn cobs that was interrupting the signal.
You know, it'd be really great if you could get a horse. If you all could get your hands on a horse and do something with the Amish hackers with a horse, just a horse just like stomping on your seat.
Yeah.
Or just a horse leg.
Yeah, just a horse leg.
Build a paper mache horse leg.
And it's just smashing everything.
We really
connected.
That'd be good.
Horse and milking.
That's right.
Oh yeah, then you go out in the dark, you go out at night, and you grab for whoever it is and just come back with a beer.
Yes.
Like, we know which one we got. We just gotta find the guy with no beer.
Find the guy with no beard.
Yeah.
Do they know Ben Dale?
Oh yeah. Did you guys know that Ben Dale is here, right? King Gorilla.
He's like here, like right here.
Yeah. I just met him. Turns out he's a big fan of Mark Medina.
Who is it?
It's been a journey, but
Okay, so you see that? Damn, I can't turn the camera.
what we've done is such an homage to the original, and I think that's been a
Yeah, so Rick, this is like their nerve center, and it's right where you step on it. Yeah, it's a great spot, great spot.
And loving.
You just turned it off.
So it was such a gift to be able to work with an amazing cast.
I'm the worst.
All fabulous people. And truly professional. But like the journey to get here has been, such a
These
such a
guys just
learning
walked all the
curve,
way over
but
here to talk to you.
I'm so grateful that we're, here to tell this story again and in a modern way.
So King Gorilla,
Hello.
come down and enjoy the show or be on the show.
Hello, citizens. It is I, King Gorilla. I am here, finally. Oh, Miss Monty LaFong is here. I am Kevin Paul. Holly, the Mergarger. Jen.
You need rings.
Oh, yeah. That would be awesome. That's a great.
It's spelled backwards, so your victims say King Gorilla.
In their head?
Yeah, in their head.
Yeah.
That's right. Oh, yeah, but an ink pad, you pop people there. There you go. There's my
Put out
autograph.
pocket.
There's your autograph there, kid. That's it.
Pow.
God. I know it sucked for you, but you really should smoke in that. Just smoking all in your face, just like make all these terrible noises. It's like, well, he's a gorilla. What do you want?
They put like vapes in there. I think a big cigar would look awesome.
Oh, yes. Oh, and you have a little spike connected with magnets.
Oh, yeah.
And it just hangs.
Yeah. I was thinking about doing magnets for like, you know, maybe even putting the mic inside of it.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
Like I got one of those little wireless mics.
Yeah.
So,
way to go.
Yeah.
So when you're on the show, are you like remote?
So my show's gonna be like it's like he takes over a TV station like the Joker does.
Okay.
In Gotham, you know, he'll start the news and he'll burst in. And, it is I, King Gorilla. And now you have to watch a movie that I want to watch.
Now you get to watch a movie I want to watch.
Yeah.
Let's get the shirt. Now you watch a movie I want to watch. Very good.
Yeah, the other show I want to make is, what are you, a cop?
Watch a movie.
Yeah.
Very good.
I think the first movie I really am passionate about is Cisco Pike. Do you know Cisco Pike?
Cisco Pike?
Yeah.
No.
Nobody knows this movie.
Okay.
It is Chris Christopherson's first starring role.
Okay.
And it's from like 1970.
Okay.
And it's got Karen Black in it.
Okay.
It's got Harry Dean Stanton.
Wow.
He is the villain. He is a corrupt cop who steals tons of this amazing weed from a dealer, and he's making Cisco Pike, unsuccessful musician / drug dealer, sell it for him so that he can get rich.
We should watch that movie with the Andy Griffith movie, something about the roads.
The roads. I don't know.
The guy, what's the name? Andy Griffith, the actor.
Yeah.
Yes. So he made a movie where he was a country western. No, I'm mixing my movie up. It was. All right, I'll figure it out later.
Is it the one where he like gets really famous?
Is it? Yeah, I'm thinking about two different movies. But yeah, that movie's great.
Yeah.
A lot of sweat.
Yeah.
A lot of sweat and guitar playing.
Yeah.
No, but there's another one with I forgot his name. I'll think of it later.
Okay.
But no, that would pair well with the movie you just explained.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna watch
Another
it.
musician movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rip Torn.
Rip Torn?
It's a Rip Torn movie.
Whoa.
Where
I love
plays,
Rip Torn.
Yeah, he plays a country western guy, and he's just touring around, and he's hitting all the DJs, and and it's all about the business.
Yeah.
And he just keeps taking drugs to keep it going. To keep it going. It's alcohol, drugs, just to be just to do his job.
Wow.
And at one point he stops, writes a beautiful song. And it's awesome. So yeah, we gotta watch it.
That's one thing I love about Cisco Pike is it's about like the part of the arts community that is so important, kind of like Inside Llewyn Davis.
Yeah.
It's like these people are so important to the community, but they're not necessarily successful parts of it.
Yeah.
You know, but without them, all these other aspects don't happen in a way. You know?
Yeah.
And it's a beautiful thing to tell a story about that you could only do in a movie, I think.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's a slice of life.
Yes. And it was like making movies. These are big stars.
Yeah.
And they're in just like movies.
Yeah.
And that's nice.
Yeah.
That's real nice. And it feels like these movies are great because they feel like they could have happened just over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm from Virginia, so there's a whole lot of just over there where I'm from. So when I catch a movie like that, it's like, it's very believable.
Face in the Crowd. That's an Andy Griffith movie. One of the ones I was thinking of.
Face in the Crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the one.
Yeah.
Black and white, right?
Yeah. It's an
Somebody
older
say
one.
it?
That's
Somebody pointed out to us already?
yeah. Winter Scrap.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you, Winter Scrap.
That movie's great.
You have done well for us.
A lot of sweat. I remember that. And it was like Andy Griffith not being Andy Griffith.
Yeah,
It was like it was a real part. He got like, I don't know if in his career he was typecast. I don't think he was, because I saw an Andy Griffith movie where he played a villain in the desert. All right, I forgot the name of it, but he plays like a multimillionaire who wants a tour. He hires to take him out hunting in the desert, and he's a total piece. He's a bad guy, total bad guy, and it's great. Do you know what movie that is?
Man,
Anybody?
Andy Griffith is a great actor.
Yes. Yes. And he was older too. He was older.
Yeah.
And it's good because like it's out in the desert, and I live kind of near the desert, and I'm like, I don't want to make this movie. It's hot. It's like kill you hot.
Yeah.
And these guys are just walking around, drinking, making a movie. Oh man, it's good. Like, they're tough. Guys were tougher then.
Did I hear you say there was a movie that I must have missed in the 70s with Chris Christopherson and Gene Hackman?
Yeah.
I love them both. How did I miss that?
It's an amazing movie, and almost no one knows about it. It was never released on VHS, ever. And never, like, leased out for TV stations in the 80s or 90s.
What was it called?
Cisco Pike.
Yeah, no,
Which is the name of the main character. It's shot in Santa Monica when Santa Monica was still like an artist community, and you get to see it a little bit more run down, or not Santa Monica, like the Venice canals. That's where it's shot.
Oh wow!
Which is near Santa Monica. It's a beautiful movie. Harry Dean Stanton is his like musical partner, and he's such a loser, and he's so good in it. It's a wonderful movie.
Something you do a watch show.
I was planning on.
Yeah, Misunderstood Movie Monday when we calls it Raw Dog and we Raw Dog a movie.
I got the file. I could give it to Mr. Lobo to watch.
Oh, I used to make a TV show for Richmond for Virginia PBS called Midnight Frights. Did any of you check that out? I think it's on Lobo's channel. A bunch of the episodes are on the channel.
It's on OSI 74, that's where I watched it.
Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah. So yeah, check that out.
I used to hear the ads on his podcast.
Yes.
And I was like, this is amazing. I need to see this.
Yeah, so we made that show at the Bird Theater in Richmond, Virginia, and we'd film it. So it was like it was a pretty intense routine. We'd film and then edit, and then film and edit and get it out to the TV station, and then turn right around and film again and edit. Turn around. So if you watch the show, you notice like it's not exactly what you call polished, but it is done. Most of the time it was on time, so that was success.
That is a huge success, more so than many artists can say about many projects.
Yeah, we pulled it off for 6 years.
Yeah, there's a lot of episodes.
Yeah, so we did that until I moved.
Oh man.
Yeah. I was the only guy in the crew that could do all of it.
Yeah.
Like Will Tolles wrote and produced, and Armstead was Armstead, but I was the one who was editing. And the guys just didn't have the time. They're both dads, so they couldn't make the time.
Yeah.
So I didn't have a kid, so like I was the guy making the show.
Yeah.
So, but no, that was a great experience making that show.
I love that show.
Yeah.
I love the set. That set was amazing. It looked
so
so great.
theater?
Yeah, the theater.
All right, so I used to work production, and one day I was carrying the cooler that a cinematographer needed to shoot in Virginia in the summertime. And if you're on the East Coast, you know summertime in Virginia is not as bad as Florida, but it's bad. So anyways, I had to carry the cooler and his tripod. And I remember setting it up and everything, and I'm like talking to him. I'm like, I got this gig for PBS to do a midnight movie show, but I don't know where to shoot it. I have, but I don't have the time to build all those sets. I mean, I could build one set, but I kind of want to go big. And he's like, call the Bird. He's like, call the Bird. I'm like, the Bird Theater. He's like, yeah, call it. Just call it. And what are they going to say? So I called them, and because it was instant set, everything's beautiful. All you gotta do is light it.
Yeah.
So that's what we did. And so I went there and I talked to a guy, the manager, Todd, and I'm like, Todd, how do I get permission to shoot here? Because I know he wasn't like the end guy. He was just the first guy I talked to.
Oh, sure.
So it was like the first guy I talked to, and he's like, we're just gonna do it. Like, we're not gonna ask for permission. We're gonna ask for forgiveness. So that's how we get on TV. So that's that story. Now it's just me. So, any of you out there seen Mark of the Damned? I could talk to you about that right now. And I could also talk about Taste the Blood of Frankenstein that Lobo is in. And if anybody saw it, there's another movie that I made that I took down because I want to finish it better called I Walk in Hell that I'm going to change the title of someday. And Lobo's in that one too, so if you guys have any questions, just let me know. But here, there's a panel discussion going on about, I guess, a remake of Night of the Living Dead. I don't know what that's about. The last panel discussion was the lady that was in Critters, and you know who I'm talking about. That was awesome. Told the story about Klaus Kinski. So I stopped and I listened to that. You got to listen to a story about Klaus Kinski. I asked them if they want to know anything about Mark of the Damned.
Oh.
Nobody's saying anything to me.
Yeah, there is a slight delay, which can be confusing. But
Oh,
Mark of the Damned is a great episode of Cinema Insomnia. I mean, that must have increased the reach a lot of that movie, right?
Oh, yeah, okay, so that was... I was making that movie, and I needed a goal. I needed a reason to keep going, right? So I looked online and what am I going to do with this movie? And this is 2005. I'm like, what am I going to do? Let's see what this internet's about. And I found Mr. Lobo. I found Cinema Insomnia online. And I'm like, this guy looks like he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
So I reached out to him, and he called me back or something. I got his number, and I called him, and I kept calling him. And at one point, he's like, we could just do email. And I'm like, all right. So then I finished the part 1, and I sent it to him, and I got a call. And all I got from him was, God damn it. He said, he's like, God damn it, God damn it, God damn it, let's do something. So that's how I started, that's how I met Mr. Lobo.
That's great.
And then so the plan was with that movie was to use the internet and actually make an episodic show.
Oh.
But it was hard to make. And I was in a position where I could quit my job, cash in my 401k, a little bit of inheritance, and finish the movie. And live off of that for a year.
Nice.
So I renovated my studio, and I invited a bunch of people to move in. There's an art scene where I lived, and I knew those guys. I'm like, guys, just move in with me. Rent will be $100 a month. So 5 guys moved in, and they helped me finish the movie. I lived off beans, eggs, and mixed vegetables, frozen vegetables for a year.
It's honestly a good diet. It's a lot of fiber, which is very important, protein, which is great, and vegetables.
So I lived off of that for a year. I found out how bad burned beans is.
Oh, no.
My roommates found out how bad burned beans were. So I lived in a really big place. The kitchen was way in the back, and my editing bay was way in front. So I'd forget I was cooking beans until you could smell it. And it takes a long time for a smell like that to get to your room. And by then, you have 5 very angry roommates.
Oh, man.
So, anyways, that's how you make a movie, right? So... So I quit my job, cashed in all this stuff. The inheritance thing was my grandfather gave me a piece of gold.
Oh, wow. We're going back.
Like real gold.
Real gold. When I was a kid, my grandfather invited me and my cousins to the basement. And they're like, he's like, guys, I'm going to give you something. This is, and he pulled out a sack. A sack. He's a bit of a showman. We're in a dank basement, and he pulls out a sack. I don't know where he pulled it out of. That was where I would hang out when I visited him. I'm like, I've never seen that sack before.
Yeah.
It was like, I did Days of Our Lives, I did China Beach.
And he's like, one for you, one for you. So you get gold in bars or pieces, and they're like this like big. And I had it, and I held on to it for years. And then like, I gotta finish my movie. So I took it to a jeweler or wherever. I talked to my landlord. My landlord was a local guy. He'd been there since he was a kid. I know a guy. I know a guy. He was always smoking. I know a guy. So I went to his guy, and his guy's like, I'll give you $500 for it. I'm like, so
sounds good.
Yeah, money. So that's how you finish your movie. Wow. So anyways, so the idea of making it episodic went out the window when I realized I could just make it a movie.
Yeah.
And that's how that went. And Cinema Insomnia happened because the local PBS station would air Midnight Frights twice a year. I don't know why, but they would play it in the middle of summer. They'd play it on Halloween.
Oh.
They did it for like 3 years. And I was working with Armstead, and we ran a carriage department for a park. I would help him.
Okay.
He was the driver's manager. He was my boss.
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing. And it was Easter, I think. And I'm on a carriage. And a lady got on. And she's like, your movie is on my desk. I'm like, cool. And she was the program manager for the regional PBS station. It was after 2008 and all the stations were being closed because of the recession. So they were taking over all these stations. So they're like, she's like, my boss was the Bowman Body.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if you guys know who that is.
I'm sure a lot of these people know who the Bowman Body is.
She's like, my boss was the Bowman Body back in the day. And I'm like, well, do you think a show like that would have a market, would have an audience? She's like, absolutely. I'm like, I'll do it. And she's like, yeah. That's it. And then like, I didn't know what to do, really. I just knew I had a gig. And that was like my calling at that point, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I might be the only guy in town that can do this. Because again, no kids. I have equipment. I worked for a film company, and like we would have weeks with no work. And like those guys want to do something fun, and this is like no real low expectation. So people would show up with gear, like real gear, and make our little show, and just have a good time.
That's awesome.
And like, but who's gonna host it? So Lobo's in the pocket. I got Lobo in my back pocket, but I'm like, I think I gotta keep it regional. You know, that's the nice thing about in the old days. So I talked to, if you know Mark from the Dam, but Josh Kennedy was moving away, and there's a couple other people, and I'm like, I think one day I'm just looking at Armstead at work. I'm like, wait, you want to do it? And he's like, yeah, man. Yeah,
Was
man.
he an actor at all?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, 'cause he seems like he has acting chops. He just exudes so much personality on that show that you'd almost believe that he's just that guy.
Yeah, he lives there.
Yeah.
Okay, so there was a little bit of thought that went into that show. Because you could do like episodic type thing where like things add up. Like Lobo's thing has added up to many characters, and there's a through line, sort of. And there's Miss Mittens, now Miss Mittens has a mother, and all, lots of stuff. Or you could go in another direction. So we had a meeting, and I think Rick was there, and a bunch of people that were like making movies in Richmond. We all met and had like a serious meeting. And some people were throwing out like he could have a kid, he could have an ex-wife, and really all I was hearing was like what was going on with other people in their lives.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know.
That's a lot of people's creativity sometimes.
I'm like, I don't know. I don't want all that.
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds like work, extra work.
Yeah.
I really just need to point a camera at a guy.
Yeah.
So we're like, and through a really organic conversation, a lot of smart people in the room. What about uncles that lie to you? what about your favorite uncle who's straight up lying to you?
Yeah.
And you don't care, guys.
Yeah.
Because he's just so cool. So that's what we settled on. He's your uncle that is lying to you.
That's definitely a guy.
So every episode he can come up with some new stuff.
Yeah.
Because that's what Uncle Armstead does. But it was a mistake. It was kind of a mistake to give him his real name. We should have gone with Spots.
Oh, yeah.
Because in real life, it was confusing people.
Yeah.
It was a little confusing, but I don't care.
Yeah.
So we had a really good time making that show. Really good time making that show.
Your story reminds me also of George Romero. Like, famously, George Romero worked at a place, cameras. I think he worked at a news station.
Did he work for Mr. Rogers?
Oh, yeah, maybe that's what it was.
That's what I've heard. I don't know.
I don't know if that was later. That would make sense. I know he worked at like a station with TVs, or a TV station, and then he had all that equipment, and that's what he shot Night of the Living Dead with.
Awesome. Yeah. So we had a studio, and so if you watch the show, sometimes it would be in a big gray room, and that's where the studio is. We did a big
perfect time.
And we wrote it into the script, and he called me up. He's like, "I've always wanted to do this." I'm like, "You have your own show." And he's like, "I don't know why I never did, but I never did it, and I want to do it." So he got to do it. We made his dream come true. And he had the flu. He was really sick on that episode, and it's on Cinema Insomnia. You can watch Mr. Lobo, sick as a dog, reciting The Raven, and then he gets interrupted by they're like, we lost control quickly. And I just I remember walking backwards out of the studio. I'm like, I want to take Lobo back to my place because he's sick. Bye. And I just dropped it all on Will.
Yeah.
Armstead didn't do shit. He's like, house, but whatever, I gotta go.
Yeah.
So that was fun. And we did an episode at in York. I don't know if any of y'all ever saw the episode where we did in York, Virginia. Where we did an episode in a 300-year-old house, and so we flew our whole budget on craft services, on food. And it ended up just being me and a PA. Because Armstead had to go home and bring his kid to school. But while shot, he was in the hallway telling ghost stories to the actors.
Yeah.
Scaring them. Really scaring them. So when I'm like all wrapped up, I'm like, cool guys, it's sleepover time. And nobody wanted, they all took off. They were all really scared.
Yeah.
So there was me in the morning with ringing roses with these nice people. But I remember I asked them as they were leaving the night before, they left us in there. I asked them what room gets sunlight first, because that's where I want to sleep.
Yeah.
And that place is scary.
Yeah.
I did not want to be in the dark in that place for any longer than I had to.
Right.
Can you hear me? They actually have a horror movie going on right now.
Yeah, it's so loud.
It actually looks pretty good.
There's a new Night of the Living Dead, speaking of George Romero.
How did we not get sponsored by John?
That looked pretty tight. A lot of explosions. Where are you all typing in from?
We got the whole world here.
Yeah, we're in Pasadena. Beautiful. beautiful Pasadena, California.
Very nice today.
Yeah.
Not too hot.
No, beautiful day.
Yeah.
We're really lucky. The weather's been great.
It was supposed to be like 90 at one point.
Yeah, it's been beautiful.
All right,
I was
Jack.
out at
I'll be back.
I was out in where
That was a really tough scene. to do.
Skirball. Skirball Museum up by the Getty.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So
Nice. Oh, we got New York,
Michigan,
New Jersey.
Wow. How's the weather in Michigan?
Michigan, New Jersey. It's really hot some places in the country right now.
Yeah.
Like crazy hot. I think maybe even in New York.
I believe it. Detroit.
Ooh.
Wow.
I'm so proud of us. It was such a
I'm
labor
Kevin
of
Paul.
love. Like literally.
Is this exciting, us watching your texts?
At the door and did the work.
Oh, okay. So it's warm, but not too hot. That's good. At least the world isn't completely melting yet.
No. Oh, it's gonna get hot.
Yeah. It's gonna be El Nino, which is Spanish for the Nino.
Right? Very good.
Yeah.
I'm glad a gorilla told me that joke today. I didn't think I was going to get that joke from a gorilla today. That's pretty good.
You know, some you just ride the waves of life. You never know what's in there.
What's in that bag?
Oh,
yeah, let's eat those.
Yes. So it's
Those are feral roachers.
Yeah. Hey guys, you want to see me feed a gorilla? I'll feed a gorilla. Well, I don't care. Here, eat it, gorilla. Get over here. Eat it, gorilla. There you go. That's for you, kids. We're feeding gorillas on TV.
I'm having a great time.
Yeah. We had a gorilla suit on the show. We had like a superhero gorilla character.
Oh, I hate superheroes.
It was a real hassle. We kept trying to add stuff. Worse and worse.
The snowball.
We just had no time.
Oh,
they got the bananas going.
Cleveland a couple of weeks ago called
King Gorilla made banana bread for Mr. Lobo. Grandma King Gorilla's recipe. One with walnuts and one without.
You ever do chocolate chips?
No.
Thank you so much.
You don't know what you're missing, gorilla.
Thank you for supporting independent cinema. Thank you.
When you make a new best friend, you make sure they put on a gorilla mask and you feed them chocolate. That's how it works. That's how it works.
I'm not beholding to that weirdo yellow fever.
What?
Yellow fever. He is a miscreant who sometimes bursts into Mr. Lobo's void.
Oh, excuse me.
Sorry. He hates the word banana.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at 10 o'clock, our Terrifier panel with David Howard.
We had a character show up one day on our show.
Samantha Scavini.
There's a guy who showed up.
Thank
We
you
were
all very
filming.
much.
I needed
We
crew.
have about
help.
10 minutes
He
to
showed up
go.
in a banana suit. And I'm like, I guess you're on the show. And it worked out pretty good. Worked out pretty good.
Was the gorilla there to eat him?
No, there was just a guy in a banana suit.
Oh, okay,
It was
good.
pretty funny.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what episode that was.
Yellow is the funniest color.
Oh, yeah.
By far.
And on our show, right, we had a guy named Bizarmstead.
Oh, like Bizarro?
Bizarro Armstead.
Yeah.
He was played by Don Draculich. Do you kids know who Don Draculich is?
Oh, yes.
Huh. Sleazy E. Martini. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was cool. I was I think we started the show. We're doing our damn show. Dude, what? Yes, thank you for hosting that.
Oh. Yeah, I posted my grandma's recipe on Mr. Lobo's Discord.
That's great.
And yeah, I have it handwritten, a picture of it handwritten by my grandma.
Your grandma?
Yeah.
Did she have excellent penmanship?
She did. It's beautiful. And I miss her.
My Nana had excellent penmanship.
They did it right back then. Now I just...
She was really good at writing letters. I was terrible at writing her back, so I just started calling her.
Oh,
I called her once a week. She liked that just fine.
Yeah.
But man, she had great penmanship. Yeah. She was great. My Nana could bake too. She was a great baker.
Yeah.
So
Grandma baking.
Then she'd start at the beginning of December and just bake. And then on New Year's, so we're Scottish, so we would get together on New Year's.
Oh.
And I found out later, there's a lot going on in Scotland with Christmas. They outlawed it.
Really?
Yeah, we don't know anything. Yeah, they outlawed Christmas in Scotland. So that's why the Scottish are big on New Year's. It's just Christmas 5 days later, it's whatever. But yeah, so we had, oh man, her baking. So everybody think about your nanas. Think about the baking. It's nice.
I'm gonna use it as a phrase. That should be a phrase from now. I'm like, oh man, this party is like a Scottish Christmas. It's dead. No one's here.
Which is actually New Year's.
Yeah. 5 days this party's gonna be bumping.
This is a drunker New Year's. Drunker Christmas. Beholding to no pope. That's what it is.
Do they hate popes?
It's England.
You're right. Okay.
Yeah.
Or no. Do Scottish hate popes?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Because they think that's England.
Americans don't know history.
No.
English people are watching this. Are like, yeah.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
Our king did a switcheroo.
Oh right. Yeah.
Killed his wives.
And he made up his own.
Got rid of the pope.
Church.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah.
The Church of England.
They ever heard of the rough wooing?
Oh.
The whole top Northern England and Scotland, they just fucking destroyed the whole. They just wiped. Enjoy the history, ladies and gentlemen. I can't get into it right now. But anyways, you get you get really nice New Year's if you're Scottish because of it. It's a lot.
I always make cinnamon rolls on New Year's.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What time of day do you make them?
In the morning.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. I also make them Christmas morning. I like cinnamon rolls. But I don't want to have them all the time, so I make them on holidays.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
What do you guys like to eat on holidays? What's your family's thing? My mom made this weird lasagna.
Whoa.
She made lasagna. She made a regular lasagna at Christmas, but I think she made like a dessert lasagna. Also.
Oh, a dessert lasagna?
Yeah.
Does it have noodles in it?
No.
Oh, okay.
I can't even remember what. There was pretzels in it.
What?
Okay. Yeah. This is how checked out I was as a kid. I know she did it. I know there were pretzels. That's all I remember.
You were just like, well,
we only had it every.
Would you eat it?
That was awesome.
Okay, so but you
I would
just
eat
never
anything.
questioned it.
I was a kid. I was like,
See, that's me. I'll eat anything. I was always like, oh, this is food. I'll try it.
Yeah.
And then I had kids, and they're like, no, I don't want to try things. How dare you not try delicious foods? What are you, 6?
Yeah.
And they are 6.
What is on HBO?
This is our Christmas morning tradition. My Oma always made food on New Year. And the night somersault pastries. Whoa, that sounds good. B says no. She does say no a lot. To me. And I hate it.
Wait.
B is my daughter.
That is your daughter?
Well, no, she's talking about referencing my daughter. Who is 3. She'd be on Twitch right now. She better not be awake right now.
Does she also wear a gorilla now?
She should.
You gotta make her a little gorilla now. No, just make another one. It's just
I will.
huge thing on her head.
This is all just paper.
She'll grow into it. She'll grow into it.
Yeah, and she'll learn to fear and respect the mask.
That's right. Oh man, that'd be good.
I was thinking about making one that's like with like gold glittery paper.
Oh
You know, it's like, and then they put stickers on it and stuff.
And then teach her to smoke.
I don't need to teach her that. She already knows.
That kid is the best. Oh wait, I've met her before. Hey, I met you in Pennsylvania. Yeah.
Blobfest.
Yeah, Blobfest. Yeah, Miss Blob. Hey, Miss Blobfest. Hey, Miss Blobfest. Hey, Miss Blobfest, come on and be on TV. Everybody, we're going to be graced by Miss Blobfest.
Miss Blobfest, what year was it?
Come on. Over here.
This
There's no way Miss Blobfest
here is the
back.
screen.
There's no way.
So amazing, talented, the Atomic Doll, Alex Doll, yay! Miss Blobfest.
What year? Blobfest, what year? 2018. Yes, yeah. My name's Eric. We met very briefly.
Yes, it was a whirlwind.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Finger Up. So you've been on there before when they showed the episode of Blobfest from 2018, which is a great episode.
And then the COVID thing, you're
Yeah,
a
the Stay Inside show. I had knives thrown at me.
Where were you during that?
In the middle of the Nevada desert.
That was amazing.
It was very scary. I was in heels.
Yeah.
And even though I had people throwing knives at me, everyone was most impressed I could walk on the gravel in my heels. I could have just done this and not gotten.
COVID is bringing a lot out. That was outstanding.
It did.
That was very, very cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're gonna make our rounds. It was so gorgeous.
Wonderful to meet you.
You too. Thank you.
Did you have a Lobo chair? Are they? Who are you talking? Who are you asking about the Lobo chair?
Oh, the logo chair. Oh my God. That came up sometime. I forget why.
Did you have a Lobo chair too?
No. He auctioned off a logo chair.
Okay.
At some point.
Yeah.
I did not have it. I think Melissa or Suzanne may have had it. Other Miss Block.
Okay.
That's why they're asking. I'm sure I'm trying to figure out the camera. I had so I had a swoopy hair.
Get the monkey in the middle here.
But then, so I had swoopy hair.
Yeah.
And then I went to a gore show. Trying to figure out how to. I went to a gore show. I had to bleach my hair, and it literally all fell out. So this was like a month ago. So this is my hair now, everyone.
Oh,
wait. So did it be?
It came out in chunks
Did
from
you go
gore.
to see gore?
I was covered in gore blood, and then
And
now.
then your hair fell
Yes,
out?
then all my hair fell out.
yeah.
From bleaching it. So this is my new vibe.
So that's a tie-in. I was just talking about Don Draculish.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Don Draculish used to be on a show that I made.
Really?
Yeah, Midnight Frights. I used to do
Oh my
Midnight
God,
Frights.
that's amazing.
Yeah, so there we go.
Hey, small.
This is how small the world is when you come to a convention all about horror.
Yes, of course.
It also reminds me of Vampira. You know, Vampira, the first horror host, she had a haircut very similar to that, and it was because of a horrible accident, which turned into style that was so groundbreaking.
I love
like
her so
you did.
much. I appreciate you. And also, I was thinking about her when I was doing my eyebrows this morning because Molly and Nervi had the very penciled in, fine line brows.
It's great.
Thank you so much.
Very good. Well, so glad you could just
Yeah, thank
pop
you so
in.
much. Thank you.
On TV.
Wonderful to meet you.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, that was a treat.
That was a treat. Hold on. My feet are dying. My dogs, they are barking.
What kind of socks you got?
I got palm tree socks.
Can you stand on your hands and show everybody
I
your palm tree
cannot.
socks?
I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have to imagine.
I can't even
What kind of
kick that high.
socks that monkey
I'm
has?
kicking as high as I can
They're
right now.
palm tree socks. I'll tell her you said thanks. They said thanks. So I met her at Blobfest. I went once. I think I went twice. That's a great experience. Have you, anybody out there, been to Blobfest?
I've never been, and I am very, very jealous that you have.
Well,
Yeah.
and I live in Virginia, so like it was like a 3-hour ride.
That's amazing. Yeah.
We left. We did some driving. So we got out, like my wife got off of work, and we just drove very fast to Pennsylvania. And in Phoenixville, there's no straight line to Phoenixville. It's all twisty. And we're just driving, and I'm like, man, this is not cool. This is not cool. We got there in time for the run out.
Oh, cool.
We got in time for
famous
the
run out.
It was an awesome experience. If they bring back Mr. Lobo as the MC,
That would be cool.
I don't know. I think you'd have to buy the town. There's a bunch of nonsense going on.
Is there? Is it?
I didn't say anything.
Okay. That is not
I've also not
what you
been
heard.
loop for a while.
Yeah.
Drove past the theater once in PA. It is nice.
It's a beautiful theater. From what I've seen.
Rick, want to be on some TV? What? We're talking about Blobfest. You gotta go? Do we have to go?
I never have either. I'm jealous.
Do we have to go? No, do we have to go? Okay, I'll tell them about the Blobfest experience that I had. So, that theater, you all know, that's where the Blob was filmed.
Right.
And up in the very top, like in the nosebleed seats, there's a plaque with a bronze blob chunk.
Yeah.
And it's wild.
That's beautiful.
And so I went up there and my wife took my picture. And I felt like it felt really good. And I saw Joel from Mystery Science Theater
cool.
just totally owned the theater. He got up and talked before the Blob Fest, before they showed the Blob, and that audience just loved him. I'm like leaning up against the wall. I'm like, wow, this is what love looks like. It was wild. It was so cool.
That's great.
No, and it got hot, and they had like all the vendors up and down the road.
Yeah.
Just take over the town. It was a great feeling.
Is it huge? I mean, is it
well, 3 blocks long, huge.
Yeah.
They shut down.
That's amazing.
Okay, so like I remember sitting there like looking at this big mural and thinking like, a guy like the Joker could really take over a town like this. This town needs a Joker. And so like it was. All right,
Wait until they get a load of me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you ever go, we all know. So if you ever go, they have around the corner, because after a while you gotta kind of walk around a little bit. They have a there's a little park with just a swing set, but it's like adult sized, and like I just got on it.
Yeah.
My wife's like, "You gonna get off of that?" I'm like, "I don't think we'll get off of it." I just sat there and swung for like a long time. It was like this Blobfest was great. I didn't realize I liked the swing set so much.
Did it like viscerally unlock?
Oh,
like
it was
memories.
perfect. It was like a roller coaster by myself. It was like back. It was so nice. And it's like I was out at one of the beaches out here recently. We found the swing set. I know the swing set, and the experience happened again. So now if I ever buy property, I'm putting a swing set.
Yeah.
In that thing. It's awesome. But no. Yeah, Phoenixville is very nice. Really cute. We had breakfast with Mr. Lobo and the crew at a diner, like two doors down or something like that. And they all knew Lobo, and they had something Lobo-esque on the menu, and we just ate that. It was great. He owned that town when he was doing the hosting.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm surprised they didn't give him a key to the city,
Yeah.
or town. Man,
He deserves it.
very
You know? Those 2 episodes of Cinema Insomnia, the Blobfest episodes, are great.
Wow.
I love them. They're so fun. It's such a vibe. It really sells that fest, I feel like, too.
Yes,
I've
yes.
never seen footage of that fest like that. You know, it's great.
And the first time he did it, they actually asked, like, is there a host in the audience or something like that? And he like raised his hand. And he
Raised
just
2 fingers.
He
right?
just winged it.
Wow.
It's crazy. No, they did a Last Supper picture, and I got to be in the picture.
Oh, yeah.
That was fun. I had nothing to do with the convention. I was just hanging out.
Yeah, it was just there.
Yeah.
It's
so-
close enough to be run up.
Yeah. So, well, I gotta go. But it was very nice talking to everybody, and I guess you got it.
Yeah,
I guess. Like, I really don't know how to sign off on this, but thank you very much for listening to us talk, and it's very nice talking to you all.
Yeah,
So,
it was
nice
great
to
talking to you.
Gorilla.
Yeah, wonderful. I've always
All right.
wanted to meet you.
So me and the Gorilla are gonna hang out. I don't know what you guys are gonna do. Should we make Aaron get in front of it?
I don't think you could. I don't think there's any possible way.
Hey, you guys want me to make Aaron get in front of the camera? I'll do it. I'll do it.
Good to see you, Miss Monty
Oh.
LaFong. The powerful Miss Monty.
Watch. Oh, creepily? Is it a... Is that a thing I don't know about? Like my human eyeball with that Corolla Bass is great. Oh yeah, they want Aaron. Is that Aaron? Yeah, picture Aaron.
No, it's not, but it does look. That's like a normal. That's like a standard Twitch emote, but it does look exactly like Aaron, doesn't
Sorry,
it?
I don't really do
No,
the internet.
no, but that's. I love it. It does look like Aaron.
Hey Lobo, we want to get off the TV.
I think it's all right. We can
Okay, bye everybody. Happy Halloween.
We will be back, or I will be back.
Yeah.
What are you guys even looking at? Let's see if I can do this. If I can do this. Oh.
Thank you for being here, folks. We're still waiting for our stars to come over from their signing tables. I want to give you something to look at while we're waiting. So we showed the trailer, but we'll be starting as soon as they get over here. Thank you for your patience. Right, that was it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here for our final panel of Friday night at Monsterpalooza. Hope you had a great night. And this is a great way to end it, yes?
I want that guy's job.
Okay.
Hi.
Great, all right. I'm going to bring up our moderator for our Terrifier panel, Mr. Trevor Shand. Give him a big round.
Hello everybody, how's it going? Welcome one and all. My name is Trevor. I'm with radio station KROQ, your talent creative director, the voice of the station. I'm also the Bloody Disgusting, host of their Brewer podcast. And again, thank you so much for being here. So, alright, tonight we are celebrating one of most likely
Okay, all right, I'm gonna say goodbye to these folks.
With a tiny independent film built outside the studio system, fueled almost entirely by word of mouth, practical effects, and an uncompromising vision. What began as a cult discovery exploded into a worldwide phenomenon. The latest installment became the highest grossing unrated film of all time. More than 90 million worldwide on a production budget of roughly 2 million. Top the box office, peak major studio releases, and helped cement Art the Clown as one of the defining horror icons of a new generation. Yeah. But none of that happens without unforgettable characters. We're going to meet some of them tonight. One man transformed Art the Clown from a terrifying practical effects creation into a horror legend, Mr. D. Howard Thornton! Also, here with us today, one of the most incredible characters in the franchise, the little pale girl herself, Amelie McLean, everybody! And I believe we're waiting on Samantha Scafidi at the signing table right now, but we'll start right here.
What's up?
What now?
The power!
All right, David, we'll start with you. When you first started talking to Damien about the character Art the Clown, how much of Art the Clown was fully formed before the conversations even started?
Well, I was not the first actor to play Art. That was Mike Gianelli, who played him originally in All Hallows Eve. And I wanted to take things a little bit further with the character because my background they had asked for in the audition, they asked for people that had, oh, there's Sam! Sam! What up?
Victoria is herself, everybody.
Nice of you to join us.
She had to get out of the bathtub. But anyway, yeah, Mike had already played him, and they were looking for someone that had comedy experience, physical comedy experience. And that was my background. Did I do something wrong? Yes?
Sorry.
Oh. It's Mama over here. But anyway, so yeah, I was like, this is perfect for me. So I talked to Damien, and we were kind of like going through it all like together. When I was like, tell me about this character. Like, what is his background? What motivates him? What's his origin? He's like, let's come up with that together. So that was like kind of an experimental thing. So I was very glad that we did the pizzeria scene pretty early on in the film, because that's when we really solidified where the character was going to live. Because I was doing all this clownish stuff with the character, like getting up and walking away from the little jumpy step, and all the production of the ring and all that kind of stuff. And he's like, that's something I didn't think about, because like when Mike played it, he just played it like a guy in a costume. And I was like, well, he's a clown, and I think that will separate him from all the other silent killers out there. There's more clownish aspects to the character, that physical comedy, the broad facial expressions. I feel like that will separate from the rest of that pack of silent killers. And I was glad that he was okay with that. So we just experimented with that going on. It's always a fine line we have to walk with the character, because we don't want to go too silly with things. And so we will sometimes film two different parts of the scene. We'll do like a few takes very serious, and then he's like, okay, Dave, go crazy, have some fun, and then I'll add the clownish stuff, and we'll see what works. So we can, during the editing process, we can see, oh, do we need it to be a little funny here, or do we need it to be a little more serious here? And so it's an interesting tightrope walk that we're always going on for this character.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, at what point did you realize the comedy wasn't necessarily working against the character?
Like, comedy is against
the horror of the character.
It depends on the scene. It depends on the moment. Like the scene where he takes the gun out and kills Tara in the first film. That's something that David's like, I don't want any of this to be funny at all. I don't want any emotion on your face. Just you're furious. You're just done. I'm like, cool, let's do that. So sometimes he knows exactly where he wants the part to be serious, but there are other times like, let's just let some fun side out. That's usually when he's just fucking with people, which are always my favorite things to film, like the pizzeria scene, the
costume shop scene, and of course the bar scene and the mall scene. I mean, that was a blast. So yeah, fuck them kids.
And Samantha, I've never had an opportunity to speak with you ever before. It's so nice to be able to lady behind the makeup, which is awesome. So, talk to us about your entry into the franchise, meeting Damien for the first time, and kind of what you knew about Victoria as this was all starting. And did you ever imagine that she'd become such a central character?
Oh man, I tell people this all the time when I read the script. I didn't grow up in the horror genre. I knew nothing about slasher, so I read it, and Damien literally writes what you see. And I remember being so just like, oh, I can't do this. Like, I am definitely turning this down. And then I think like 2 months passed, and I heard back from him, and he's like, I want you to do the role. And I was like, great, yeah, I'll do it. Because I must have forgotten like what had happened 2 months prior. But I thought, you know what, I'll take a paycheck. No one's gonna fucking see this movie. And I kid you not, when we sat down in the theater in Lincoln Center, it was like a little horror weekend. I was so impressed by everything that Damien had done for what little we had. And but in terms of it going on to a second and a third film, I don't think any of us knew it was going to become a franchise, let alone be as successful as it is now. And I definitely thought every film that I have done, 1, 2, I'll say 1 and 2, I thought I was always dead at the end of them. And then I'm like the little engine that could, you know, it just keeps coming back. But yeah, it's been very magical to kind of go on that journey with everyone, and Damien Bigley, as he discovered, you know, where we wanted the story to go, and specifically Vicky.
Let's roll a clip of one of the first times they meet, the Vicky chase scene, if we will.
So young.
Damn good surrender.
We only had 2 plastic bags, which I don't know why we only had 2 plastic bags. He could have had 20 plastic bags. It probably cost nothing, but we had 2 takes to get that. And I thought, I got this, it's gonna be easy, and I panicked so intensely that I ripped it off immediately. Damien's like, okay, don't do that again. We have 1 more plastic bag. It's so dumb.
Yeah, and also the bird part, that was just me messing around, being funny on set, because they're like, we gotta do it again. I'm like, fuck you. And they caught that and they just thought it was funny. And they're like, hey, we'll keep that in there. So I'm like, great.
How do you guys choreograph something like that that looks very dangerous?
It was real.
It was real, right? Well, you said you freaked out at the bag, right? For the first time they did it. Is that why?
I was very young then, so I was very naive. I'm like, yeah, but it's plastic. I was that actor who was like, I want it to be real, so really choke me. Like, really. Yeah, I don't want to act, you know what I mean? That was. And now I'm older and I become a hypochondriac, and I'm like, okay, I could probably die, so let's not do that. But no, we were very indie, so it was everything was talked through. Damien was amazing, always checking in to see.
Hello.
Are you comfortable? This is how do you feel? So I always felt taken care of. And yeah, the adrenaline just pumping. But yeah, we would map it out.
Yeah, we also had like, if it was getting too much for her, she was going to just whack me. So I knew that, yeah. Because there wasn't a safe word because there's no way she could talk, so she was gonna like just tap me.
Also, the truth is like immediately ripped it off. I mean, I had to use that's the thing. It was the temptation to not rip it off was the hardest thing. I was always in control.
When people talk about Victoria, they usually talk about art, trauma, possession, transformation, but I've always kind of felt that the tragedy of Victoria is terror. Do you think Victoria ever truly recovered from the loss of her sister, or is every version of Victoria that we see carrying that loss?
I love this so much. Even Amelie turned to me and said, "You're gonna love this question." What I really love about the Terrifier franchise is the fact that two of the main female characters are Vicky and obviously our final girl, Sienna. And you have two women who undergo immense trauma, and one that overcomes that trauma at a cost, which is Sienna, and then you have Vicky who succumbs to that and she descends into madness. And I think that that is a very realistic portrayal of what trauma can do to an individual. I think the trauma for Vicky specifically is not only the loss of someone that she loves more than anything in the world, which I think, I can identify with. I have brothers that I absolutely love, and the idea that something could happen to them in that way especially is horrifying. But then it's also that compounded with her identity literally being taken from her, not being able to look in the mirror and find her own strength. And I think that trauma from, you never overcome trauma. That's something that you carry not only in your mind, but in your body and your physiology. Like, I advocate a lot for people who undergo domestic violence because I myself experienced that 10 years ago, and I learned firsthand how she literally carries that trauma. And I think she carries that in her mind, in her body. And yeah, she's just a character that wasn't able to overcome that, sadly. But I think that those characters also need that representation.
When you play Victoria now, is there any of Victoria actually left?
Well, so the truth of it is, once in 2, her eyes light up. She's completely out of control, and that's what I tell people all the time. Victoria, once she becomes possessed, has no control. When she enters into 3, she's still in the body. It is only until she gets in the tub and she slits her wrist that Vicky is literally released, and that's only because the entity of the little pale girl is just kind of bored of her. When she's looking in the mirror and she says, "Oh, Vicky used to be so hot and I was gonna fuck you," and she pretty girl, and she bangs her head. She's taunting her and she's torturing her to the very last.
I hope you all enjoyed that.
And she
Eric Miller,
so Vicky's not in control.
director.
And at that moment, she's
Mark of the Dam, the classic Cinema Insomnia episode.
An entity, which I think is a representation of.
He was a wonderful guy. I had a great time talking with him. I'd love to see you guys here.
And how many fans of Little Pale Girl, right? Incredible. When she comes on the screen for the
This
first
is
time,
the King Gorilla mask.
Our minds are such a cool character. So, Amelie, you're entering this world
This
later
suit,
after the first film,
this
obviously.
jacket I got.
As the new kid walking into
Vintage.
set, kind of
This is
seeing
vintage.
Victoria
They don't make
over the
things
years,
like that
what was it like
anymore.
stepping into that environment
No, the
for
Cubs
you?
are at home right now, but they will be here. They are very, very excited to meet Mr. Lobo. They keep talking, or as B calls him, Mr. Logo. Or B's, ironically, aren't that good. I'm very excited to see how they. I'm very excited to see how they react to meeting Mr. Lobo. Will they be shy, or will it be like meeting an old friend that they've seen a million times on the television?
I met him in costume, and 20 minutes later, we filmed the pause. So basically, the pause scene was just us getting.
But
to
Mr.
know
Lobo is a wonderful person, as you all know,
20 minutes prior.
and I'm sure they will sense that. Mr. Lobo is selling right now. He's out here at the con. He's moving his wares. He's showing his art. He's showing his projects, the things that we get to experience every day on this stream. He is now showing to people what we like to call the uninitiated. He's showing off his time map, which many of you have. A wonderful and beautiful time
What do you
map.
remember about working with Amelie for the very first time?
Full of his
Oh
artwork.
my God, it was just, the funny thing is, I met both of them the first time.
I'm working on it. You know, he's selling them on the whole vision of our community, of these wonderful people that make up us.
We briefly met one night where she was coming to do some stuff. The first time
Also, I would like to say that Miss Mitten's mommy is a lovely person.
The moo and the meow meow.
But you already knew that.
Hi, I'm David. Nice to meet you. And I'm very cold right now. I'm sorry. Welcome to Terrifier. It was interesting. So no, it was like the first time I actually met Sam outside as just myself. Is because
Here she is. Here she comes. Miss Mitten's mommy. I mean, actually. It's Miss
Leafy
Mitten.
self, being leafy greens. Okay, I'm signing out for tonight, but I'm going to be back for the whole con tomorrow.
All right. Oh, I can't wait to see you.
Yeah, you'll be back.
I'll be back in the morning, and then the Cubs, they should come in the evening.
Yay, I get to meet the Cubs, you guys, in person. Dorothy and B, right?
Yeah.
Yes, you've heard of them. They're going to, maybe we'll see them tomorrow.
Yeah. Both named after B. Arthur. It's a wonderful actress and personality.
All right, see y'all tomorrow.
Bye.
Deleted, not deleted, but just unused footage from just that scene alone.
Hard to wave and look at the camera.
Things were just awesome. Like I was doing a puppet show with it.
Isn't that costume amazing? First of all, you can't see it on the stream, but she has green shoes that match her green pants. You can kind of see it. You can't see it. They're amazing. It looks so good.
Jonathan, he was like, well, we
Very big process. It's about 3 hours.
Okay. All right. Yeah, no problem. See you
See
tomorrow.
Cover your whole eye, and they're extra.
I have been helping carry stuff, for I have a strong back in a weak mind,
At all times.
as my grandpa used to tell me.
And put the phones in and take them back out. And the thing that was hard about that is those type of contacts can only stay in your eyes for about like 20 to 30
And goes until, oh, hello, Steve. His eye. This convention goes till 11. 6 to 11 on Friday, and then 11 to 6. It's kind of easy to remember, but it seems like a typo.
whole thing, and then we would finish filming in like the middle of the night, and I would have 2 hours of detailing to do. And I'm tenure-headed, so but it was worth it. It was amazing.
Highlights of today include Paul Williams. I think that it was hard to make out, but Paul Williams was here speaking in this very room about his wonderful songs and acting career.
That's something that not. I have people in my Instagram comments that are like, "You have really hairy arms." It was glued, not actually mine.
Yes, the Paul Williams. And you know who his favorite Muppet is? Gonzo, which is the correct answer.
the lower teeth and the lower teeth and the upper teeth.
Yes. At one point, I'm not sure if it made it into any of the scenes, but I had teeth on my fingernails. Yes.
Paul Williams also famously.
Maybe in like a scene or two.
Kermit's good. I like Kermit.
remember that was like
I like all the Muppets. You're not gonna get me to hate a Muppet.
growing up.
You're not gonna catch me hating a Muppet. No, no, no.
Elaborate ideas. And that resulted
But-
in a long makeup process.
Paul Williams once was an ape. Do you know that? He once was on the planet of the apes. The whole planet.
One of the most important clips in the Terrifier storyline, I would say. And it's the one starting with At the Morgue.
Oh, of course, you knew that.
Everyone roll the clip? At the Morgue.
Rizzo's great. Yes, Rizzo. Can you guys even hear the crazy sounds of this Terrifier panel, or does it just sound like terrifying? It's a Terrifier panel. I can't believe Miss Blobfest 2018 is here. Alex Dahl. That was insane. That's who Mr. Lobo is showing the calendar to right now.
It's good. It's a good thing.
The bass is intense.
Stay positive. Absolutely. Good spirits.
Yeah.
Well, take care of yourself, Victoria. I'll see you in a couple of months.
I miss Blobfest. I wish that we still got Mr. Lobo Blobfest episodes. But it's out of his hands.
What do you say, Kiro? Yeah.
Oh, and good luck with your interview tomorrow.
Poor Ralph.
Oh, yeah.
I love Ralph.
So, Samantha, this is kind of the moment that Victoria's life effectively ends, not physically, spiritually, emotionally. Everything you know about the world has been shattered at that point, that character. Did you see her as a survivor at that point, or as somebody who already began transforming into something else?
All right.
I do
Here's
believe
something you
that
guys
we
need
all
to see.
That survivor, and I do believe
This
she's holding on as
is
long
the
as she
Monster
could.
Palooza
You
program.
know, that end clip is before, obviously, she goes
Huh.
on the.
I'm reading this, and look what you learn about.
The show. The news reporter, we
Mr.
learned
Lobo at 25 years old. The fine art of misunderstanding movies.
So not only did she go over, you know, she
By
lost
Joe
her sister,
Cena.
she was
John
given the
Cena's
after trauma,
brother.
but people also, instead of coming to her aid and giving her love and showing up for her, they actually basically.
Another very cool thing.
Trauma alone.
Shows off one of these tiki mugs.
So I think
They're
she,
very,
I believe
very
Terrifier,
cool.
You saw it in Terrifier, but I
Honoring
think all of
25
that
years of
is
Mr. Lobo.
You know, 'cause there's just so much cruelty in the world, and she experienced
Got
it firsthand with the reporter. Which is
this
obviously
wonderful
the moment
picture
that
of
she
him.
snaps.
Oh,
I think
if
that
only
that
I could read.
I think, and along the way, she's doing everything to keep it together.
And in this scene at the beginning, obviously,
Mr. Lobo has been saying all day this is the greatest Mr. Lobo article written in all time. But the year is young. The 25th year anniversary is young. There might be more.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, there's a Fangoria article coming.
That was originally
The horror magazine. Then also we have this full page ad for the Monster Channel. As seen on SNL. They got that in there pretty quick, huh? Staples in the taco meat.
In case we ever want to make people think, hey, he's coming back now. Because in the original script, he was just dead, and then there's just a guy dressed as a clown and dead.
Trying to think what else they have
Pretty interesting way to go out too. He went out on his own.
that you might find interesting.
That's where
But none of this is Mr. Lobo, so I don't see how any of it could be. Is it real? You're not dreaming, Spooky Dave. This is. Oh wait, that's not page anymore. Hold on.
I think we're going to find out probably more about that part 4, which I'm excited to dig into. So
Even back at that point, was Damien already starting to think about the genesis of the character, and was it a little bit too kind of steeping in there?
Probably by that point, because when we were always like, you know, it might be fun to do a sequel to this. We don't know, so we're always just kind of brainstorming ideas just for funsies. If we ever got that opportunity, it's like, yeah, let's go ahead and just put the little breadcrumbs out there in case we actually can make a sequel to this. So it was there. There was, I mean, I was kind of always kind of.
I am horribly scarred face-wise. I am a freak.
I thought there's a lot more stuff we can play with and play with that universe in. So I'm glad we've gotten that chance to do that.
It's fascinating too. So, well, by the time Terrifier 2 comes around, Amelie enters the picture right at the beginning, and the franchise really expands beyond that slasher film and turns into some more elements of fantasy are brought in, and the supernatural, and of course we meet Pale Girl. What did Damien tell you about the character? Who or what she was? You know, we've heard, I mean, Damien never really fully explains her. Some fans think she's Emily Crane. Some think she's a demon wearing Emily Crane's face. Some think she's something even older. What was Damien telling you at the time? Nothing at all?
I know as much as you guys do.
You guys should see what the line is like here. It was around the block. Parking was a nightmare. Vegas isn't crazy. I don't know. Maybe that's not an interesting angle on exploring this convention with you.
So a theory that she's arts in the water. I don't know. Trying to think of what else. There's a theory that she's just a figment of his imagination. Some people think she's the devil.
All the above.
Literally, it could be anything.
I don't know if you can see Mr. Lobo right now. He's just off screen, still chatting. Chatting up that boy. He has the gift of gab. He has the gift of gab. He's a very friendly fellow.
Like, I think the fact that I had no clue was part of why I played her so, like.
Okay, here's a fun story from today.
Deranged.
I was helping Mr. Lobo unload his car trunk of all his supplies. And there was a big box. Inside it was just this one bag of candy that his mom had given him and he did not realize. And so we had strapped it to the dolly and wheeled it here. But all it was just this box of Lindor chocolates, later forced upon me by Eric Miller, director of Mark of the Damned.
That she has in the first film is named Emily. So mine, I've talked to Damien about this, and I was like, this was always my theory. It was like, who knows what he's going to come up with. But I always thought that could have been Emily Crane's mom, and that's why she went crazy. Now she could not deal with the trauma of losing her child, so this baby doll has become her baby Emily in her mind. This is her actual daughter that was killed by Dart earlier. That's my theory. I have no idea what Damien's going to do with it part 4, if he is going to do anything with it. But that's what I thought was cool. So I just put that out into the universe.
I love that. And how about you, Samantha? Do you play Vicky with any association to the Pale Girl or the Pale Girl entity at all?
In 3, yeah. I mean, by 3, I understood that Vicky was possessed by the entity of the Pale Girl. That was something that Damien made very clear to me. And I think when it came to approaching the character, Damien had a very specific vision of Vicky. He loved the idea that she was not. She had the most horrible puns, unpredictable. She was dark. And that, you know, the little pale girl is a demon. It's this entity. It's pure evil. So I had a lot of fun with that, because I think I always say to people, I had a lot of fun playing the villain, and I don't know what that says about me. But you know, I can show up to set and it's very black and white. She's pure evil. So I could just get to set and basically hustle people. But in like Vicky as a survivor in 1 and even 2, that's a real place that you have to go to, and that can be extremely challenging and hard to reach. And sometimes as an individual, you don't really necessarily want to go there because you can touch upon your own stuff. So that's why for Vicky in 3, it was very exciting to play. And I did have fun torturing some people on set.
I'm actually curious, what elements of what Amelie, Rodney's Tail Girl, went into your performance of being possessed by that entity?
Well, I mean, Amelie does an amazing job at physical, like, physical expression, especially.
You get here, Mr. Lobo's distinctive laugh.
So there's definitely.
I think you'll be able to rein him over here soon. We'll get an update of Mr. Lobo's first night of Monster Palooza.
Iterations that have been pulled from the amazing performance that Amelie does.
Well, thank you.
So David, you spent obviously the first movie kind of tromping around by yourself, and then in this one you have a partner in crime. Yeah. You guys get to, it's almost like a twisted comedy duo. Did it bring anything out in your portrayal of art that you really loved digging into and having a partner?
Oh yeah, because I like you got to see some other aspects of the art in this too, because he gets annoying. I liked like he's like the scene where they come after he's just been resurrected again. Take that, Jesus! I've come back more times than you. Here comes a lightning bolt. But it's like he's tired, and she's over there just honking the horn in his ear, and it's just a beautiful callback to the first film where Art does it to Victoria and is honking at her. It's just like I love it that now he's getting annoyed. I was like, oh, will you stop it? It's like I have got a headache right now. I literally just got my head reattached to my body. Will you just let me chill the fuck out right now? And I just love that bit. It's just like, this is great. It was those little things, buddy. It's more like it was just like this, they have to work together. And it's like this, like, he's a lone wolf type of character. It's like, okay, I understand this. This entity is what has brought me back from the dead twice. I need to. But it's. Like, there's a whole, like, goals that he's given, direction that he's given by this character. He said he likes to just cause chaos. He's like, no, you gotta get to work, you gotta get Sienna. You know, it's like, oh, okay, whatever, fine, I'll do that too. But can I kill some people on the side, please? Can I blow up a mall of kids? That'll be fun. Can I please? I'm twisting the fun. Okay, this really, and I really wish we could have done the full scene that we had originally written. But we had to cut like half of that scene.
It was like a 20-page scene.
Yeah.
We only shot like 10 pages.
It went to some dark places too. That I was like, how are we going to get away with what we're doing to Gabby, especially?
That's a lot.
You know, I'm like, I don't want to say any of that stuff because it might be hardcore. I have no idea.
How's it going?
Mr. Lobo.
Yeah, it's the King Gorilla Show.
Oh, I'm babysitting.
Hi, how's it going?
Full talk with Eric Miller.
He's the best.
He is the best. He's the sweetest.
Yeah, he is. He is super intelligent, you know, and I have a deal with Eric. I always say, I don't know what you're working on, but I want to be in on it.
Yeah.
Whatever project you're working on, I want in. You just tell me what you need.
He was telling us the story of getting Mark of the Damned on Cinema Insomnia.
Oh gosh, that was incredible. I'm so glad that it happened too, you know? What did he say? Did he talk about, because he just, I feel like how I remember, he just cold called me.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah.
And he said, you know, you can just email me. And then eventually he sent you the movie and then you called him.
Yeah.
And he was like, whoa.
Yeah, I was really impressed.
It's a great movie.
Yeah.
It's so fun. Perfect insomnia movie.
It's a perfect insomniac movie, and I think what's interesting about it is that it doesn't matter. The ride is so good.
Yeah.
You just don't want to get off the ride.
Yeah.
Like the journey is so interesting. There's so many characters. There's such a layering of things that the plot doesn't really matter. You're not invested in the plot at all. It's all about that world, wide world. And I think that either you're in tune with that vibe or you're not.
Yeah.
It's probably next to Super Wheels, probably one of the more polarizing episodes where people just love it to death, think it's one of the best episodes, or they just can't. They don't even know why we even put it on the show.
Wow. Huh.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
You were gone walking around and filming.
Yeah.
Somebody came up and asked about it.
Asked about Mark of the Damned?
Yeah, the Mark of the Damned episode.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
We don't.
I know. I went through all the boxes for him.
Yeah, we don't have it here. I'm sold out.
And so we're sitting there, and it's doing the whole scene where I'm just.
That is, he's not wearing my suit. He has his own suit. This is King Gorilla.
He doesn't have a patent on suits.
I don't have a patent on suits, but I wouldn't wear that suit. No, that's a used car salesman suit. Actually, that's a very nice jacket. I'm actually a little jealous of that jacket.
Yeah. Wow.
I used to wear ties like this a lot too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did
I
used
wish
to
it
wear
was
ties.
wider.
Oh, is it supposed to go sideways?
No.
Okay. Straight
so
down.
active.
You have to remember that a straight tie has to point toward your genitals.
Oh, okay.
Which is why in the 50s they wore bow ties, because that was banned. They were banned from television. Straight ties were banned from TV.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that because it's not true.
Well, yeah. Those are the hardest facts to learn.
Yeah. No, that I did that joke on Cinema Insomnia where the 60s Lobo's wearing the bow tie, and he was saying that they can't wear straight ties on TV because they point to your genitals.
It's the best type of joke because it feels like it could be real.
Yeah,
you know?
is it true?
I was bored while they were doing terrorist death in the other room, shooting her in the head.
You know what? We have had fans actually dress as Mr. Lobo. Like, we've had straight ahead Mr. Lobo lookalikes, Lobo-likes. And it's always, I'm never off. There are some horror hosts that have similar shtick. There are horror hosts who wear suits. There are people who dress like Mr. Lobo. I never look at that as stolen valor. I think we're all kind of tapped into the same thing. But we have had actual look. Like, we had one show where I think there were 5 Lobos all there.
Wow.
And so like we had them all up on stage. And I like pretended to have a mental breakdown where I'm like hearing voices in my head and falling to my knees. It was really funny.
Don't forget the Lobo dancers.
Oh yeah.
At the Blobfest.
I was not prepared for that. Those girls did that on their own. And when I saw their act, I'm like, how do I go up on stage after that?
Yeah.
And what do I say? Right? Especially their moms are probably out there. No, seriously. But it was super like, wow, that's crazy. But it is kind of, I guess, memorable. The combination glasses, mustache, goatee, suit, I guess.
It was wonderful seeing Miss Blobfest, Alex Dahl.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
The atomic doll herself, Alex Dahl. We had Eric Miller, director of Mark of the Damned. We had Rick Spears, the writer of Teenage Shamar's comic book. We had Alex Dahl, the atomic doll, Miss Blobfest, VR Commander, King Gorilla, Miss Mittens Mommy. I mean, it is a feast.
It's just getting started.
We're just getting started. We are just getting started. Incredible. I can't. Pablo Robato.
Oh yeah, he's flying in, right?
He's already here.
Oh,
he and Linda were here. They were
Oh.
standing right there.
Oh, maybe
I guess I
saw
should have
him.
introduced, but they're going to be here all weekend.
Yeah, that's
they'll be
great.
here all weekend. He picked up his tiki mug.
Oh,
He picked up his tiki mug. We had I think I autographed 5 for people today. Yeah, I think I autographed 5 tiki mugs today. Thanks, Bunchy.
But we would have these
Ex-Mariner.
like,
Yeah, that was one of the tiki mugs. I think that's one of the 5. The one that Ex-Mariner bought a tiki mug. He saw one of the stone ones and lost his mind, and he wanted that.
Yeah, he warned you that people would.
Yeah, he was. There's the tiki guys like, keep these under wraps. Your fans are gonna get mad if they see that and they've already bought the green one. I'm like, no, they won't. They won't get mad. Anyway, Aaron's gonna have to start packing up for tonight. This is a weird experiment, a grand experiment. I know that this is like watching C-SPAN. But I have to let you know that I appreciate that you guys are kind of with us on this weird journey with this. We're going to try to improve it. We're going to try to upload some of the we've shot of some of the interviews and things that we're doing.
All right, I think we got another clip. This is Vicky with we got Vicky with Arts.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I'm going to leave you with a few minutes of the convention floor, I think. Did you want to say goodbye to everybody here, King Gorilla?
Good night.
All right, King Gorilla says good night. Thank you so much. All systems go.
All right, you gotta tell us how that actually works. Was that a puppet art head, or was it?
I held your head at one point.
Oh, yeah, like we had a head that was actually lying there in her lap, and then it had the stuff connected to the tubing and stuff like that. And then I had to also like lie down the exact same position, and they filmed my face, so they digitally put my face on the fake head that was there. Yeah, that's awesome.
And then joking.